Country all day.
She got the best of me.
Country 105.1.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Tape it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sactown Sports.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
Good morning, Sacramento. I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. We had a massive trade in the NBA this holiday weekend. Bradley Beal is headed to Phoenix to team up with Durant and Booker. Along with Beal, the Suns get Jordan Goodwin and Isaiah Todd. In return, the Wizards receive Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and now have multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Also, famous podcaster and basketball player Draymond Green is now an unrestricted free agent. In NFL news, future Hall of Famer J.J. Watt is considering taking a part-time TV gig with CBS. The assumption, as of right now, is that he would be a color commentator. Those are the headlines. Now we're going to start the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host, who else? JayMarZZ.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Well, you're not Jason.
I'm not a diva. Need, extra sleep and have to do afternoon drive after a 3-day weekend.
Wow. Yeah, and you, this is actually
day 2.
Day 2 for you.
Yeah, man.
Caught your show yesterday with Watkins.
Hey, thanks.
You're welcome.
Did you catch and throw it back, or did you catch it?
I thought you guys did fantastic.
Thank you. We had fun.
Yeah.
Good times. We're talking the basketball.
Yep, you were.
Lots of the basketball.
A lot of basketball going on. A lot of basketball things going on. Jason is.
We're going to talk a lot of the basketball today.
I was looking at this. There's all kinds of basketball and trades that could happen and
Kings
questions and all that. And I want to point this out because it's always in good times that people feel a certain way. I want you to know, I still hate baseball.
Okay,
I still hate it.
Very fair.
And wouldn't this right now be a time where I would very naturally be like, you know what? I'm starting to get into it because, my team beat the hell out of your team.
Yeah, honestly, they kicked the crap out of them. I have nothing to say other than, man, the Giants just went in there and mollywopped them. Mollywopped, I say.
Mollywopp's a great word. Also, we have Nate with us this morning. Good morning, Nate.
Hey, I'm feeling very mollywopped this morning as well.
Are you? Why is that? Tough weekend?
I don't know. It just sounds. I just wanted to say it. I'm trying to expand my vocabulary.
Mollywopped is like beaten down.
So yeah, no, I actually did have a long weekekend, but I'm happy to be here.
What long is in uneventful?
No, it was fun. It was fun. It was long. Just got to recover a little bit. It was in Berkeley.
Oh boy!
Wow.
Yeah, well, we saw what happened there in Forrest Gump.
Yeah. Wait. Are you? What did happen in
Berkeley?
What happened
in
Berkeley? Did he go to Berkeley?
Oh,
she is terrible.
I think you're right. Yeah, Jenny is horrible.
Jenny is terrible.
Dude, the internet is always dragged Grandpa Joe as the horrible person in the movie.
I just saw a clip the other day of you and I dragging Grandpa Joe to Kyle, and Kyle wasn't buying it. This is an old bit of ours.
What person can make an objective case that Grandpa Joe isn't horrible?
Because you're just trying to be contrarian.
Clearly.
Because we're referring to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Grandpa Joe, along with the other sets of grandmas and grandpas, they're all bedridden while Charlie Batch is throwing
chocolate bars.
He went from slanging chocolate bars to an NFL career.
What was Charlie
Bucket.
Bucket, thank you. I knew it was a B. So he's out there hustling
out there peddling newspapers at 12.
And his mom's out there doing God knows what. And all they do is eat cabbage soup every night. And then Charlie gets the golden ticket. And all of a sudden, Grandpa Joe is skipping around and doing somersaults and cartwheels and doing all this stuff. It's like, hey, bro, where were you before? When I'm assuming that's his daughter or daughter-in-law, obviously, when she's out, and by the way, we never really got into exactly what she was doing either. There's a whole, listen, back then things were a little different. We don't know. So while she's doing whatever to make ends meet, hey now, and your grandson's out there hustling, you're in bed eating cabbage soup and scratching. Yep. So anyways, fraud.
Yep.
Right. 100%.
And how do we get on that?
Family
fraud.
Who are we talking? Oh, Jenny.
Oh, Jenny's a total fraud.
Yeah.
But Jenny's beyond fraud. Like, if you really
I wish she would have turned into a bird and flew away.
Yeah.
I agree with Nate.
Now,
also good call.
Now, one might say, well, it's not all Jenny's fault. Jenny obviously had a beyond rough upbringing, beyond rough. But also, Forrest was our guy. And
she really takes advantage of a man with a disability.
But they end up getting little Forrest out of it.
But how do we know that's Forrest's
We
kid?
don't know that.
Oh,
and she just wants. We don't know that.
Did you not see the simultaneous head tilt when they were watching TV?
If you spend enough time with someone, you pick up on their habits and you are going to do it.
That was the first time they met, though, right?
Yes.
No. It's not the first time they met. No, it's not. They show that when they're fishing. And she's been dead.
Okay,
at that point.
I believe you. All right.
No. The first time they met was in the apartment.
I know.
Yeah. He finds out that it's his kid, and he says, "Can I go?" And he sits down with him and
they
tilts his head while they're watching
Dave's
TV.
Right.
I am right.
I got to go back and workshop this because I very clearly remember the fishing.
Oh no, and that happened. That was just in late or whatever. But he walked into the apartment and he did the whole lot as he's small. And then he goes and then he goes, okay, she goes, go ahead. And he goes and sits down next to him and they're watching Bert and Ernie.
I don't know.
Anyways.
And
then the feather thing blows around.
I don't know.
Cool.
I'm sus of Jenny's intentions.
What's your guys' thought? Forrest Gump, overrated, underrated, rated?
It's rated.
It's a wonderful, I think it's a wonderful movie. I think it's an absolutely wonderful movie.
Just a lot of terrible things happen in it.
I think the craziest thing to me about Forrest Gump is something that never happened, which was John Travolta was their first choice.
Huh.
Yeah, I've heard
that.
And
that's post Pulp Fiction. So that's John Travolta had a was in his Renaissance era.
Yeah, I was gonna say because Pulp Fiction was really what brought Travolta back.
No, that's the same year. They're both 94 because Pulp Fiction didn't win at the Oscars that year, and Forrest Gump did. 94 is like a crazy year for movies.
I honest to goodness, like I which is worse, Tom Selleck turning down the role of Indiana Jones to keep doing Magnum PI, or John Travolta turning down the role of Forrest Gump?
Selleck.
I agree with you because Travolta was still Travolta.
Yeah, Travolta had Pulp Fiction. Like he can say no. Like I also had a classic movie in the same year.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas Selleck, like, what did Selleck do when he didn't do Indiana Jones?
3 Men and a Baby.
3 Men and a Baby, which is fine.
That was a big hit.
Mr. Baseball was meh. And then 3 Men, 3 Men and a Little Lady flopped.
You never know if Indiana Jones. I mean, I know it's Spielberg, but it might not have been the same with. It definitely would not have been the same with Harrison Ford. Has a certain amount of not caring.
Yes.
That's very like that scene where the guy's got the sword in Indiana Jones and he's flicking it and he just shoots him.
Pulls the gun out.
I don't know if that would have worked as well with Tom Selleck.
No, it wouldn't have.
Selleck was great for his time. Harrison Ford is just
timeless.
He was the up and coming guy at the time. He was a star. Yeah,
Harrison Ford is one of the best nonverbal actors. Meaning,
dang, that's a good call.
He can communicate with his face. Right. When they're all about to get smushed in Temple of Doom, and all you see is his eye poking through the eye thing. He's trying to get the girl to undo the thing. He goes, "We are going to die," and you see, and like he does the whole scene with his eye. Anyways. 3 actors turned down Forrest Gump before they got to Tom Selleck. Everybody knows about John Travolta.
You mean to Tom Selleck?
Excuse me, Tom Hanks. Wrong Tom. Everyone or enough people know about John Travolta.
Yeah.
Bill Murray turned it down.
I think Bill Murray could have pulled that role off, by the way.
He might be my favorite actor.
I think he would have. It's also just I think he would have been a little too old in my mind. Like,
how old was Murray? 30
no, he would have.
And then
he's in his 40s.
Look at him in Ghostbusters. He looks 50, and that's 84.
Right. Yeah, he Like Steve Martin got gray at like 12.
Yeah.
Okay, but to be fair, every 30-year-old in 84
That
looks
is
50.
true.
Bill Murray
That's
has that Larry David
he
thing
does.
where he's looked old the same
That is-
forever.
Then this guy, I can't even imagine. Can you imagine a world where Forrest Gump was played by Chevy Chase?
No.
Because
He
was
would
up for
hate
the
it.
role.
After what
yes.
happened on Community with him, I
It
don't know
would've
if you guys know about that.
No, I do. And it would have
But
been
yeah,
a
he would have
disaster.
hated it. It would have been
It
terrible.
would have been an absolute disaster.
Not a Chevy Chase guy.
I
Not
was
either.
a huge Chevy Chase guy before it came out that he was just a horrific human.
Yeah.
He's
like,
pretty funny though.
Fletch,
That makes up for all of it.
Jason Ross, his face, if he were
Fletch
here,
lives.
he was all, and Chevy Chase for a time was the best Weekend Update guy, period. Like,
Yeah, I mean, he was the
statement.
first one, so it's like
Clark Griswold, the whole national, like Chevy Chase was hilarious. And then he got, I don't know if he got old and lame or if he was always lame and we just started to find out.
he is amazing in Community though.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
I
in
need
it.
to see it.
The whole
Chevy-
show's great.
Cornelius
Hold up.
Crane Chase is his government name, Triple C.
Cornelius.
Turns 80 in October.
Is that
nuts?
so? Wow. I don't know why somebody just sent us in Stripes, but yes, Bill Murray was in
Can I
Stripes.
recommend a Bill Murray movie as well?
I would love that.
The Life
Ghostbusters.
Aquatic, a Wes Anderson
Is
movie,
that the Steve
2004.
Zissou?
Yes.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
It's so good.
Wes Anderson. I got invited to go.
It's so good.
This is how much I hate Wes Anderson movies.
Really? You don't like them?
I got
Which ones have you seen?
This is a total flex here, but I don't mean it this way. I got invited by one of our listeners to go to Skywalker Ranch to see a showing of that new asteroid movie.
You didn't go?
And not only did I not go, I politely said, Wes Anderson movies actually make me angry.
Whoa, that's
And
crazy.
same thing with Coen Brothers movies because they just try to outsmart themselves the whole time.
I think
and actors love them. And this is going to be Mars Attacks. It's the same thing they have with Mars Attacks. You get one of the best cats ever, and the whole thing. It's just now I understand why you like it because
I'm stupid.
No. I'm going to make a statement here, and it's
Okay.
sort of right.
Okay.
Wes Anderson is the Radiohead of movies.
Okay.
Like, I don't like
Okay.
Radiohead, but every musician I know loves Radiohead.
Yeah.
I don't like Wes Anderson, but anyone in the film business or who wants to be in or is tangentially around it loves Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like, I don't care if somebody's playing a chord in the key of G and it's amazing, but people who listen to Radiohead are like, bro, you don't understand what Tom York does. It's just amazing. I'm like, can I sing to the chorus? Same thing with the movie.
Yeah.
They're ego projects.
I have a counterpoint about that because it is a Bill Murray, like he carries the film.
Yeah, but we
so
don't
if you
have-
love Bill Murray,
Yeah, but we don't have time.
we don't have time. That's all I
We'll
have to
take a
say.
break when we come back.
We don't have time.
Let's lead it off. Draymond opts out. Oh my God, what does that mean? Should the Kings sign him? What's going to happen here? Yeah, we'll straighten it out. And, the Giants won their 8th straight in walk-off fashion last night. We'll get back to all of that. Excuse me. We'll lead off with all that. It's JayMarZZ in for Jason Ross. It's Nate in for JayMarZZ. We're right back after this.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. You know it's Jeep season. I keep hearing about the new Jeep Wrangler 4xe. Chad, do you have any deals this month?
Right now, you can lease a new 2023 Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xe for only $379 a month for 36 months with $49.95 due at signing. That's a savings of up to $13,500, or you can save up to $92.50 off MSRP, plus get $37.50 in federal tax credits for a total savings of over $13,000.
Whether I lease or buy the new 2023 Jeep Wrangler Sahara 4xe, I can save up to $13,000 or more.
Yeah, and now the only decision is which one you want, because we have a great selection of Wrangler 4xes with over 50 available.
Find your perfect vehicle now when you search, select, and save at hobletdodge.com.
$13,500 in total net savings after $11,000 factory rebates and $2,500 dealer discount. Rebates include $7,500 federal tax credit, $3,000 carb rebate, and $500 California bonus cash. Must be California resident qualified. 36 monthly term, $49.95 cash due at signing, plus tax, license, and accessories on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. 25 cents per mile charge of over 10,000 miles per year. $92.50 total net savings after $57.50 factory rebates and $4,000 dealer discount, plus optional $37.50 tax credit may apply for buyers who meet current federal tax standards only. Subject to change. See your CPA for qualifications. For California residents only, 5H net savings. See dealer for details.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Sabonis on the floor, and he just got stomped on by Green, and a foul was called, and that may warrant an ejection. There was nothing subtle about that. He went to the floor, and Green in the tangle, it appeared to me like he just, I said stomped, and until I see a replay, I'm going to stick with that for the moment.
Well, spoiler alert, G-Man saw the replay, and it was a stomp.
Confirmed.
And not the good kind. I don't know. Is there a good
Well, I guess it just depends on, what segment of the media you ask.
Right.
Stomping the yard.
Draymond Green has opted out of his contract. And here we go. He is a free agent. We'll talk a lot about this because, first and foremost, Draymond Green, veteran, leader, enforcer, elite.
Different types of leaders, and he's a different type.
Yes. Elite defender.
Great facilitator.
Great facilitator. He has opted out of his contract, $27.6 million contract, which I highly doubt he's going to get that average annual value on his new deal, but he's obviously looking for some long-term
cash.
Yeah, exactly. We'll talk about this. I completely understand, and I've been one many times to say, the Kings need a Draymond Green type. That's the one. Unlike Bradley Beal, which we will get to, which would have been a nightmare for the Kings, in my opinion. We'll talk about that more. Draymond Green plugs a huge hole for the Kings, but then there's also a lot of other things that go with it.
Yeah, no, and not just, and I know when you're saying plugs a huge hole, I'm guessing you're talking about the defensive side of the ball.
Defense, and also I think he adds the dog to this team that they need a little bit.
But what does he do on offense for you? Obviously, he can facilitate, but you have a facilitator at the top of the key already.
Yeah.
You can't stretch him. That would create some interesting things for.
Can you have too many facilitators?
I don't know if you can have too many facilitators, but obviously within the Kings offense, you want to stretch the floor as much as possible.
Sure. And he ain't a floor stretcher.
No, that ain't Dell Ellis out there shooting threes.
No.
I don't know why I chose Dell Ellis.
I don't know either, but that's actually a pretty randomly good pick. 8.5 points, 7 boards, 7 assists, straight across the board. He is 33.
Single man.
Turned 33 in March. Yeah, this would not be a good idea for a number of reasons. And by the way, he's almost incredibly certainly going back to the Warriors.
I really have trouble envisioning a scenario where those two, especially because I feel like with Dunleavy Jr. at the helm, he's answering to Joe Lacob, and I think Joe Lacob wants to keep that core together as much as possible.
Well, also, Joe Lacob answers to Steph Curry.
Right.
And I know Steph Curry wants to keep that core together as much as possible. I want to remind you, by the way, later today. By the way, this is happening, right? I know I got burnt last time. Okay, good. Want to send you to Thunder Valley Casino to go see Bill Burr. This is a huge show. Bill Burr is freaking hilarious. We'll have you hit the Folsom Lake Honda hotline for your chance to win. So stay tuned. Later in the program, we will give you an opportunity to win some tickets. That's coming up right in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I think 9:27.
Yeah. I knew. I was just doing the thing where I didn't give them the specific.
Oh, no, I want them to tune in.
You want an appointment?
Yeah,
listening?
I want to appoint right there. Okay. Appoint to that number specifically.
Number 2.
Peterson at
Cut
third.
number 2.
Estrada at second.
High drive! Right field! It is out of here!
And we are
going home!
Is it the best home run call in the major leagues? It might be. If not, it's damn close.
I made an audible noise when I was cutting it this morning.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, that was good. So yes.
That's much like when you're cutting up stuff.
Yes.
You often will make an audible noise.
Wait, what are we talking about again?
We're talking about Dwayne Kuiper. Wonderful call. And with Giants fans, it's one of those. You know how often we'll talk about, like we did with Kobe when he was retiring, and how you want to appreciate while you have it. This is where Giants fans really need to really start appreciating it, and many have. Kruk and Kuiper, you got him, because if it's not this year, it's gonna be next year. One or both of them are gonna
Really? I mean, I know Kruko's definitely slowing down.
Yeah, mainly. I think if it were up to Dwayne Kuiper, they could go forever. But
Man, how do you replace Kruko?
You don't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, who?
It'll be like Sean Estes or
I know
somebody.
will be chomping at the bit for that job, but I always feel like you want to be the guy after the guy. So whoever is replacing Kruko, I want to be the guy after that.
I completely agree. There is no replacing Kruk and Kuiper, who've been doing it now forever. And Dwayne Kuiper on the home run call. It was a wonderful home run call.
It went splash.
It was a splash hit. It was yet another victory, the 8th in a row for the surging San Francisco Giants, who just, what'd you say earlier, mollywopped.
That was bad.
It really was.
I mean, they went in, and that's the first time they've swept in Dodger Stadium in over 10 years.
And one of those was 15-0.
Yeah, it was a thing. You had the Friday night game with the weird
ball in the
infield. It was the Giants, of course, come out on top because of it. It was just the Dodgers have been struggling now for a couple weeks, and the Giants are surging, man.
The Giants were down 4-0 going into the bottom of the 5th. They added 1 in the 5th, the 6th, and then 2 in the bottom of the 9th.
On a Yastrzemski hit. Yastrzemski was the guy last night.
He really was. Jock Peterson had an opportunity with the bases loaded. He struck out on a pitch in the dirt. And then Yaz comes up and hits a 3-run ding-dong. There was no doubt off the crack of the bat. There was no doubt about that. Camilo Duvall just pretty much throws 100-mile-an-hour cutters all day and is vicious. And
when he's on,
it's ridiculous.
Very difficult to hit.
And here we go. The Giants all of a sudden are absolutely in the thick of things, and they're not chasing the Dodgers right now. They're chasing the Diamondbacks. Who'd have thought that at the beginning of the year? They are 3.5 back, 1 game ahead of the Dodgers now, 5 games ahead of the Padres. And again, they have won 8 in a row. And by the way, they've won 8 in a row, and they're not even the best story in the National League.
No.
The Cincinnati Reds, we got to mention, they have won 9 in a row. They look absolutely amazing. And Joey Votto made his return. We'll get to that and say for out. I will dig the audio up because I know it's I know it's somewhere. How about Joey Votto joining Scott Van Pelt Sports Center last night? And when asked about the Reds, just take a guess as to what young team new on the playing field, if you will, of relevancy that reminds him of his team. It was a very cool shout out. Yeah.
The Lakers.
Well, now you gave it away. Now nobody's going to tune in. We'll take a break. Jay is in for Jason. We'll be doing middays today. Jason will be back tomorrow. Nate slides in for Jay. We hope you join us all the way till 10 a.m. Safe or out coming up next. We mentioned Joey Votto, the Giants, and Luis Arias just continues to mash in South Florida. We'll get to all that right after this.
Sactown Sports is your source for the 49ers.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful.
Did that leave a bitter taste in your mouth?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Me and Kyle had a long meeting the other day. We watched tape. We talked about it. We put it behind us. And just going through the tape and just look how sluggish and, like, how bad it looked on tape. Like I said, just reflecting on last offseason, it kind of played a big role in that. And I never put nothing like that back on tape again.
Tune into Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com for the latest 49ers offseason developments.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're off to a cool start as we kick off your Tuesday. May want to layer for the next couple of hours, but into the afternoon, bright sunshine ahead, less wind and highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
You know what time it is. It's time to trade up to a brand new Kia at Folsom Lake Kia. Trade up to all the newest technology and an industry-leading warranty. Shop Folsom Lake Kia, family owned for over 20 years.
Carmichael Dave here, spring here, long, cold, rainy winter behind us. And I know you're counting the days until summer, but don't wait until it's hot to make sure your air conditioning is working efficiently and safely. Get ahead of the problem with a $49 AC tune-up from my friends at American Energy Heat and Air. Nothing worse than having your AC go out when it's hot outside. Get a tune-up today to make sure you and your family are comfortable and cool in your home for the hot summer months that are right around the corner. Give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Or schedule your appointment online like I did last year around this time at AmericanEnergyAir.com. Don't wait till that AC goes out. Call my friends today, 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacramento Kings basketball is back this summer. Catch 6 games of NBA action and fun for the whole family when the California Classic Summer League returns on July 3rd and 5th. The Kings will host the Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, Miami Heat, and newly added San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets with the number 1 and number 2 NBA draft picks. 2-day passes start at just $42 and include access to all 6 games. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. Whether you've been injured on a bicycle, as a pedestrian in a slip and fall, auto, Uber, Lyft, or big rig accident, you need Ashton & Price in your corner. When you call Ashton & Price, there's no chatbot telling you to hit 3 for accounting. You're greeted by a real-life person who will immediately transfer you to an experienced attorney. The consultation's free, and there's never a fee until you win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, Scott, you look great.
Yeah, I'm feeling good and have a new job.
No, there's something different about the way you look.
To be honest, a few months ago, I had an amazing robotic hair transplant procedure at XL Medicine. It's called the artist procedure.
No way. Your hair looks completely natural, and you don't even have a scar. How did they do that?
Dude, the artist system is amazing. I have this fantastic hairline, and I'm happy with my results. XL Medicine could probably help you too, buddy.
Using the artist procedure, Dr. Singh and Dr. Graywall can target and harvest healthy hair follicles with micron-level accuracy from the back of your head and transplant them where you need it. The procedure is painless, and you'll be back doing your regular activities in a couple of days. Ask Dr. Singh and Dr. Graywall at XL Medicine about the artist procedure. Call today, 916-932-4470. That's 932-4470 for a complimentary in-person or Zoom consultation, or on the web at xlmedicine.com. That's EXCEL medicine.com. See what the artist procedure can do for you.
These are actors and not real patients.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sactown Sports 1140.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and frosty duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yolo Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. There was a massive trade in the NBA this holiday weekend. Bradley Beal is heading to Phoenix to team up with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Along with Beal, the Suns get Jordan Goodwin and Isaiah Todd. In return, the Wizards receive Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and now have multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Famous podcaster and basketball player Draymond Green is currently an unrestricted free agent. His future is unknown at this time. And in NFL news, future Hall of Famer J.J. Watt is considering taking a part-time TV gig with CBS. The assumption as of right now is that he would be a color commentator. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host JayMarZZ.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Okie dokie, artichokes. Will Zion Williamson be leaving New Orleans this week? And when I say that, I don't mean like, taking a trip. Just will he be traded? One prominent media member seems to think that is just about a lock. In the meantime, safe or out? Normally JayMarZZ is corner of the store, but he is now renting out that corner of the store for today only to Nathan Littlefield.
1 day lease.
1 day lease.
Make it a good one.
Good morning, Nate. What is going on?
After being out for 10 months, Joey Votto returned with an epic IG video walking to the plate in a red suit. He homered in his first game back. Safe or out? This is one of the best let me reintroduce myself moments in the last 5 years.
All right, so you wrote this, Jay. What you got me doing was thinking, well, what are some other, like Michael Jordan? Are we talking about that?
But that wasn't in the last 5 years.
Oh, okay. So, but
Anything
that's
to
the
say-
spirit.
The spirit of I'm back.
Yeah.
Did Klay Thompson do that? Not really.
I don't really remember Clay
Who's
having
like-
a let me reintroduce myself moment.
Odell didn't really. I mean, he had a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sure they exist. I don't remember.
Jimmy
it.
Garoppolo.
Oh yeah. That was a major. I'm trying to think like somebody coming back and making an awesome day. Like, good to have him back. Oh, welcome back, Freddie Bobblehead. Whoever.
There was that one time Nick Bosa after his ACL the year after, he went down and everyone was worried, and then they pulled him back up and he like screams. You remember that? John Lynch got mad at him.
Yes.
He had like a.
Yes.
I think he had a set. I don't know.
I do
But
remember
I
that.
don't know. This is a tough one.
I think it's safe. I think it's Votto, man. The whole
I
video,
100% think it's safe.
like did you see the IG video of him in the red suit walking through the tunnel? Like it's super cool.
It was super awesome.
But then to go in your first game and
hit
back
a
it
jack.
up, yeah.
Well, and on top of that, that wasn't even his best performance of the night. After the game, he joined Scott Van Pelt from the locker room, from the clubhouse, and listen to what Joey Votto had to say.
So when you win 9 in a row, I mean, how does it grow? Just keep chipping away at it. And these guys, the best thing about it, you see this with I watched that Kings Warriors series this year, and the youth on the other side, the Kings side, they're just so tenacious, and that's kind of what we have here. These guys don't care; they're not impressed, and they're coming for you every single day because they're so young and so full of energy.
Hey, little Beam Team shout out there from Joe Votts. Not his name. Good for him, and good for the Beam Team.
Also, I think it's if you've watched the Reds, they're a very fun team to watch play the baseball.
Yes, they are.
And he's kind of like that vet dude. I like the comparison there.
I
really
do,
do enjoy that. Would Votto be like, if you're comparing the Reds to the Kings, right? Like, who's Votto?
Isn't he like Harrison Barnes, but with like a more effervescent personality out there?
Well, and just a better overall career. I mean, Votto's been a multi-time All-Star. But I feel like that old head that's kind of getting inspired by the young dudes.
and somebody that is the unquestioned leader of that club that everybody looks up to. Question number 2.
Safe or out?
The Giants destroyed the Dodgers in LA over the weekend. This is their first sweep at Dodger Stadium since 2012. Safe or out? This says more about how underrated the Giants are and how overrated the Dodgers are.
Yeah, I'm going to go instant replay, meaning I don't think it's safe or out. Let me explain why. I don't think it says either, because I think they're both who they are. I think what it is it speaks to baseball, and whether you like it or not, unlike these other sports, you can just get hot. Now, it doesn't mean you can't get hot in the NBA. Like when the Kings were bad, they'd reel off a couple of wins here and there, and that'd be fine. Maybe an upset win here or there, but there's no sport like baseball where it spreads like the flu in the locker room, in the clubhouse, in the dugout. You Everybody just starts playing at the top of their game. I still fully believe the Dodgers are going to win this division. The Dodgers are a fantastic team that have a hole here, a hole there, but nothing they won't patch. And I don't know that the Giants are necessarily underrated. They should be around a 500 team. I need more than just this. But my God, 11-4, I think 12-4 now in June, 8 in a row.
Well, I forgot. I don't know what the date was, but since like March something, they've been killing it.
They've had, I think, the second best record.
It's something crazy.
Yeah, they started out poorly, and maybe they are underrated. If I had to pick one of the two, it would be that they're underrated. I just, again, and I mean this as a compliment, honestly, to baseball. The Tigers could reel off 7 in a row. Look what the Reds are doing. You have two teams right now that
Reds are in first place, by the way.
Right.
We neglected to say that they're in first place.
Look what the A's did a couple weeks ago, and then I think have the A's lost every game since the reverse boycott game?
If not, it's definitely close to it.
Yeah, because the A's have lost 5 in a row. So
I'm going to go safe on this one actually, because I do think the Giants are slightly underrated. I don't think they're like this massive story, but again, there's several good baseball players on that team. Nobody great,
right?
But a lot of good baseball players. And the Dodgers, I think they kind of came back to, the mean, so to speak.
Yes.
They have a lot of injury issues. They have a lot of holes, as you said, especially when it comes to the plate. They aren't what they were. I mean, they still got some big bats in there, but they also have a lot of guys that aren't great. And then they've been battling injuries all year, especially to the pitching staff. And this was all kind of predicted when most people thought it would be the Padres that, by the way, were out in front of the Giants and the Dodgers.
Yes.
But the Diamondbacks have been a nice story. The Diamondbacks have a really good team. I think the NL West is, to me, the most intriguing division. Maybe the AL East actually has a really good, compelling case. But to me, nobody is sticking out as like, oh my God, yeah, they're going to run away with the NL West.
No, I'm with you. AL East, NL West. Every team, by the way, in the East is a minimum of 3 games over 500. And then you have the Central, where the first place Minnesota Twins are 36-37.
Woo!
Yeah, baby. Number 3.
Safe or out?
Forgive me, I can't roll my R's.
No,
please, probably not a bad
thank
thing.
you. Please don't.
Luis Arraez, is that correct?
Arraez.
Sure.
Luis Arraez went 5 for 5 last night, raising his batting average back to 400. Safe or out? If Arraez is hitting 400 in the middle of July, he'll hit 400 for the season.
That's one of the easier outs we've ever had. Now, I could be wrong, of course, but hitting 400 is just ridiculously hard. And in this day and age, it's ridiculously harder. What stinks is that if he hits at or near 400 long enough, that it's going to become more and more and more of a story, which means if he doesn't hit 400 or better to end the year, it's going to seem, even though it shouldn't, like a disappointment. Like, oh, man, he was so close. It's like, bro, he hit 393. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. He's having a wonderful
How many
year.
home runs did he hit?
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's good to see. This is a phenomenal player who's enjoying one of the. These are numbers that usually we associate with the Tony Gwynns and the Wade Boggses of the world.
It's funny you mentioned Tony Gwynn. So I saw this through their respective first 67 games played. This according to Joe Giglio.
Hey, Joe Giglio.
Tony Gwynn was hitting 386 and 94. Arraez 400 through the same amount of games in 2023. 14 points higher than Gwynn.
Yeah. The Marlins have done a lot of it right. They've got a cool little young team going right now that on any
They're
given
another
day,
surprise story in baseball this year.
They 100% are. The Marlins are. The Reds starting to figure it out a little bit too.
Just real quickly again to add context. By the way, I'm safe on this. He's not going to do it. Tony Gwynn hit 394 in 94. George Brett hit 390 in 1980. Ted Williams hit 388 and 57, of course, after he hit 441. That's insane, the amount of time he was playing. Rod Carew hit 388 in 1977. And the last person to even kind of tiptoe around this was Larry Walker, who hit 379 in 99.
Was that the strike?
No, that was Gwynn. 394 was the strike year for Gwynn.
Luis Arraez right at 400. He turned 26 years old just in April. We'll take a break. When we come back, Zion Williamson on the move out of New Orleans. This media titan says, yeah, he's gone. We'll tell you all about that next.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Right now you're thinking, Comparion, never heard of them. We know. We also know that you have no idea that Comparion Insurance agents are local and provide expert advice. So to help it stick, we're going to say local agent 4 times in the next 15 seconds. Ready? Go. Our local agents know you and your community. Our local agents offer insurance from top carriers. Our local agents have minty fresh breath.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com. Comparion Insurance Agency. Local agents. Expert advice.
And there's number 4.
Your health is important, so keep yourself and your family covered with Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal renewals will be happening soon. So if you have Medi-Cal, make sure you don't miss any important renewal information. If you've moved in the last 3 years, check and update your mailing address, email address, and phone number. Learn more at keepmedicalcoverage.org. That's keepmedicalcoverage.org. Paid for by the California Department of Healthcare Services.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
Oh, God, he's back.
Who's back?
The clown.
The naked one?
Yes, Giggles. He just drove on the lot in a new Kia.
Does he want to trade it in?
No, he wants to show it off.
Isn't he showing off enough? Oh, here he comes.
See what Elk Grove Kia did for me? That's service. That's why they got my business, not you.
Yeah, I think we've already seen too much of your business. Thank you.
Elk Grove Kia, great service for everyone.
Elk Grove Kia has never made it easier for you to show it off. Like the hottest all-electric EV in the market, the luxurious EV6. Save big with lease specials of $10,000 below MSRP. Not just 1 or 2, but every EV6 in stock. Don't worry about credit. No credit, bad credit, charge-offs, repos. Don't worry. Our team has over 100 years of experience. Others say no. Elk Grove Kia says yes. Get your EV6 today at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or elkgrovekia.com and show it off today.
Elk Grove Kia.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
All right, Bill Simmons is wrong as much as he is right. It's probably about 50-50 there, but
he's a character nonetheless.
He is. And he has, look, he talks to people. Obviously, he's an NBA insider and he has contacts. Here's what he had to say on his podcast just a couple days ago.
The Zion thing is a real subplot. I had somebody tell me yesterday that I trust that he will not be on that team on Thursday. I was like, really? I haven't heard that. And they're like, you watch. So there you go on that.
Mm-hmm. So wanted to get the words out because this is being pushed as Bill Simmons does not believe, and it's not. It's person that knows things, as he used to write in his columns, telling Bill, and then Bill relaying the facts that the thought is Zion Williamson will be gone and by the draft. And to be honest, it's far from just Bill and his friend, whomever that may be, saying that. There is a lot of chatter about Zion Williamson being traded out of New Orleans, which would be massive.
It would be not shocking, but OMG, what a fall from not grace, but like, man, how these two. First of all, is it me or just it never seems like they clicked? The Pelicans Zion thing just never really felt like it worked. I said this yesterday, not apples to apples, but very reminiscent of just the way like Marvin Bagley didn't click with the Kings franchise and fan base. I feel like there's some parallels there.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Now, if you were to look back at the last 10 number 1 overall picks, it's actually kind of interesting. Paolo Banchero looks like he's going to have a fantastic career. Cade Cunningham, don't know.
Great rookie year. We'll find out more.
And Cade was the clear-cut number 1. This wasn't just okay, I guess he's number 1.
I think Monty Williams will be a nice little addition for him and his growth.
I agree with you. Anthony Edwards, obviously turning out fantastic. Zion, DeAndre Ayton, Markelle Fultz, Ben Simmons, Karl Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins, and Anthony Bennett.
That 2012 to 2019 is just is that a mixed bag at number 1.
And the thing is that at different times, like for example, Andrew Wiggins, I don't know that he we'll go back in the draft and I highly doubt I have to look at it, but I got to imagine if you redraft, he's not going number 1. But for the longest time, it was that Andrew Wiggins was a bust. And now he's a champion and a
all-star.
All-star
starter.
So he had to develop, though. He had to develop into that.
And develop in a place that was going to properly utilize him, right?
It was the perfect place for him. And listen, we all have good takes and bad takes. So there was a moment there before he went to the Warriors where the Kings were sniffing around and probably could have had him relatively cheap. And I was a huge proponent of Andrew Wiggins coming to Sacramento. But this isn't a I told you so moment either, because now in retrospect, although on paper it looks like I could take a victory lap, I'm not going to take the victory lap because he doesn't do what he's done with the Warriors with Sacramento.
I agree.
They're just it's not the proper culture for him. By the way, the number 1 pick in that draft would have been Joel Embiid.
Which one are we looking at?
We're looking at the Wiggins draft.
2014.
2014. Because it went Wiggins, Jabari Parker.
Oh.
Joel Embiid, Aaron Gordon, Dante Exum, and then you had Marcus Smart, Julius Randle, Stauskas. Other picks of note: Zach LaVine excuse me. Hi, idiot, stupid head here. Remember when I said Joel Embiid would go number 1? I had to scroll a little bit further. Nikola Jokic would go number 1.
Embiid won the MVP this year.
Yeah. That 41st pick in the draft, Nikola Jokic. Wow. Embiid and Jokic in the same draft. I don't know why that never clicked with me before, but who would have thought?
And Bruno Caboclo.
Gosh, we I don't know that I've ever actually put it together that instead of getting Nikola Jokic, we got Nick Stauskas.
To be fair, he was taken at 41. I don't think every single team in the draft not named the Denver Nuggets could beat themselves.
There were two players in that draft whose first name started with N-I-K, and we got the wrong one.
That's very true. Is Nick short for Nikola Stauskas?
It might be. Hey, how about this? Here's a fun thought exercise. What if, remember, that was Vivek and Pete D'Alessandro. That was their first year? Second year, excuse me. How much crap do they take if with the Stauskas pick, they pick Nikola Jokic?
Oh my gosh, they're obliterated on every single local, national, global, sports, whatever. Obliterated. Stupidest human beings alive.
I think
owners should have no say in drafts.
I think to this day, even if everything played out and the Kings were coming off a championship and Jokic had been the 2/3-time MVP, I think to this day they would still be getting criticized for why didn't you just trade down? You could have traded down and picked him, but that would also be the all-time come up in history. Anyway.
As much as I'm enjoying relitigating that draft.
Well, about Jokic, what did people miss on him?
Darn it, Nate.
That he was a big, doughy, unathletic hero kid.
That he played in flip-flops.
And let's be honest, he had to develop a lot of his skill as well. You could see the core that was there when when you watch video, but it wasn't what it is now. He had to learn. Anyway,
Taco Bell.
Zion Williamson.
What an enigma. Is that
it is
the correct word? He is an enigma, man.
He is, and he isn't. He is for the reason you're saying, which is this ball of talent. But this is different because he has realized his talent. Mm-hmm. He's on the exact same timeline he should be on when healthy.
When he was healthy last year, the Pelicans were the best team in the West, or at least one of the top 3.
Zion Williamson, and what's so intriguing about him, one of the things that is so intriguing about him, Zion Williamson is a perennial MVP candidate.
Sure.
He's not an all-star. He's not a good rotational player. He's not a guy that could do this and could do that. Zion Williamson right now, if he were to play 75, I'll tell you right now, if you told me, I won't tell you what his numbers are, but Zion Williamson will play 75 or more games next year, I would bet my house, my car, and my kids, and 100% my wife, and everybody pretty much but Gus, the French Bulldog, that he would be a top 5 MVP finisher.
I buy that.
100%. Because when he's on the floor, he's ridiculously good.
He's unstoppable on the offensive side of the ball.
And he doesn't turn 23.
Unstoppable.
He turns 23 in like 2 weeks.
That's insane.
He's still a child.
And how much of that is at the center of all these quote-unquote issues we're seeing with Zion?
Of course it is.
I would say 95%.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
He's a child.
He is thrust into the spotlight at an early age, given tons and tons and tons of money. And, oh, by the way, this isn't like what could Marvin Bagley be? Like,
right.
Yeah, injury-wise, yeah. But this is a guy whose career averages are 26.7 boards, 3.5 assists.
And he's played in how many games?
He has played in a grand total of 114 games in 3 years.
3 or 4?
He has played 3. Well,
wait, no, I think 5.
No, because he missed 20. He missed all of 21-22.
Counts.
Yeah, no, okay. So in 4 seasons, 3 of which he played, yeah, he's played 114 games. That's obviously and by the way, it's not like this was Zion Williamson was like the photo negative, should you say, of the Victor Wembanyama concerns. Whereas the concerns with Wembanyama is, can he stay healthy because he's so tall and lanky? With Zion, even coming out of the end of the draft, it was, well, the one thing is, can he stay healthy and or in shape, because he has that Barkley-esque build, even though he's, I think, 2 inches taller than Barkley was. But it's the same concept. And so far, he's shown his durability is nothing.
And what is it? It's the knees.
It's
very clear where the issue is. It's a weight issue.
And is he still as effective if he's losing weight? Oh, by the way, can he? Like, some people are just built this. It's not, Zion's not fat.
I mean, I think there's weight to be lost. Yes. I don't know how much weight is going to be lost, but sure, there's weight to be lost there, I'm sure. Something tells me Zion Williamson's body fat percentage is not like 0.05.
I don't think so either, but there's also, there's a guy, there's like terms in bodybuilder, and it's like ectomorph and endomorph, and I'm screwing them up, and someone's going to laugh at me, but it's one of those where, like, there's certain people that are just conditioned to be like, you're thick and muscular and have that, and then others are like tall and lanky and all that. It's just different. He is he's built like a brick house. You know what I'm saying? So
I do.
Be very interesting to see. And by the way, keep your eye on Portland there, as well as what we hear time again, which means he'll probably go to New York. But if he came to Sacramento,
the Knicks will trade Jalen Brunson, Julius Randle.
Here's an interesting. Hey, I know we got to go to break. Hey, listen, both of you guys.
I'm here.
Me too.
Would you trade Keegan Murray and 3 first-round picks and Davion Mitchell for Zion?
No.
Would you trade Keegan Murray and first-round pick for Zion?
Still no, but that's a dumb fans talking.
That's
not
very,
a GM.
very interesting. That is really
the risk and reward is. I mean, the reward's insane, but the risk is like
more insane.
If Keegan.
All right,
too promising.
We'll take a break. When we come back, the Wizards tried to ask about Bradley Beal. The Kings said no. I was channeling my inner Amy Winehouse there. We'll
She's
talk
dead.
about
Whoa.
What is wrong with you?
I'm just saying. Like,
That was
why
not
did we
on
pick
brand
Amy
for you, dude.
Winehouse?
Breaking news.
Wow.
And
Not
we'll take
with
a
us
break.
anymore,
When we'll
right?
come back, the Wizards trade Bradley Beal.
Did
How
not
involved
know
were the
that.
Kings? We'll do that next. Jesus.
The King season might be over, but Sactown sports coverage never stops.
It's probably one of the best starting points I could have had, starting in the NBA, Sacramento.
Stay tuned all off-season to Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com for the latest Kings news.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Valley Strong Credit Union.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're off to a cool start as we kick off your Tuesday. May want to layer for the next couple of hours, but into the afternoon, bright sunshine ahead, less wind and highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, capital, and everything in between. Learn about all the benefits of being a business banking member at valleystrong.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Guys, did you know that June is Men's Health Month? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your hormones are serious business, and most men start to see changes in their hormone levels starting in their 30s. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Get your T levels checked today by a local, experienced, and trusted healthcare professional. Revive Men's Health has successfully helped thousands of men since 2011. Experience and results matter. So, what are you waiting for? Call Revive today to schedule your free testosterone test and free exam. We know we can help you. We guarantee it. Celebrate Men's Health Month. Get your free T-level test and save $199. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you find the right customers. Spread awareness of your product or services. We can help build trust in your brand and services with a digital marketing campaign. Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing campaigns that deliver results. Don't wait. Get started today. Contact aimyourdigital.com. That's aimyourdigital.com and start seeing results.
Get to Acura of Stockton, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. And right now, lease a new Acura TLX, MDX, or Integra with low lease rates available. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton. See all our inventory and specials at AcuraofStockton.com.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYM.
The Suns get Jordan Goodwin and Isaiah Todd. In return, the Wizards receive Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and now have multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Also, famous podcaster Draymond Green, well, basketball player too. Draymond Green is now an unrestricted free agent. His future is unknown at this time. Those are the headlines. Let's start hour number 2 of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host JayMarZZ.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Jay, I don't think you've worked in promotions here.
Not here, but I have worked in promo.
Is there a, and this is important, I don't know, is there a rule against me? I would like to start doing giveaways. And I'd like them to be, excuse me. I'd like to have the show autograph some summer squash or zucchini and give it away to the audience. Do you think that's a?
I don't think there's a rule against it.
I wonder if that's
Find it
possible.
with Sharpie or something?
Yeah,
if it's
gonna peel
food related, might
they
leave
could
us
get
up to
allergic.
some. Yeah,
Sharpie bleeds through too.
Does it?
You know that.
No, I know. I mean, does it bleed
well, we
through
could sign like a sticker and put it
Yeah,
on
we could
there.
sign a sticker, but also if you peel it, does it bleed through the peel?
I think it's safe to assume. Maybe
I just think you open yourself up to some litigation there when it comes to food.
Is there?
You can get ink poisoning from drawing on yourself. too
Okay,
much.
so forget the sign part. Is that an allergy that even exists? An allergy to squash?
I'm
I mean, I feel like you can be allergic to anything.
Really? I didn't know that. Like, honestly,
Well, I'm not saying like I know. I just said most. I mean, there's
someone could
allergies to anything.
I understand that people may not enjoy it. Anyways, I have the garden blew up over the weekend, and
Nice.
we now have, and anyone else who's ever had a garden understands there. You
can get a skin reaction to butternut squash.
No, it's not. It's yellow squash. It's whatever it is, gooseneck or whatever yellow. You see it in the store.
Yeah.
I have so much squash at my house right
yellow
now.
squash too.
You're kidding.
Itching or tingling in the mouth, hives or rashes, swelling of the lips, tongue,
Really?
or throat. Could be mild to severe. So sorry.
So just don't enter the contest if you're
Want to
allergic.
give away veggies. That's all I want to do to promote a healthy lifestyle like I lead.
God.
Yeah.
I mean,
I saw you running outside before the show
You
started.
saw that? They
Yeah.
usually run laps during
Does
the
his
break.
wind sprints.
I know you're very humble about
I
it.
made some stuffed zucchini boats yesterday, which is great. Nothing but spaghetti sauce, cheese, ground beef, rice, and zucchini.
Do you think the Wizards would have asked for that in a trade with the Kings?
I would have included it. Lord knows I would have. Bradley Beal, as we talked about last week, revealed by Sam Amick, was seemingly willing to waive his no trade clause to Sacramento, amongst other places. And how we played that and the way it should have been played was the headline there was quite simply, hey, look, frontline star in the NBA willing to waive his no trade clause to come to Sacramento. That's something we're not used to. We talked about free agent destination, the ability to grab an A-list player, that type. And obviously that wouldn't have been a free agent thing, but effectively, guys, let me ask you this. I know I know technically this wouldn't be correct, but in the spirit of the rule, would we have been able to say that Bradley Beal technically was the best free agent the Kings ever signed had they made that trade? And hear me out, because when you traded for or drafted, you're forced to come here. Bradley Beal effectively was a free agent who just happened to be signed to a 4-year deal, but he was able to choose his destination. And had that trade happened, I think he would have surpassed Vlade Divac in the spirit of the rule. I know I'm playing gymnastics.
Sure,
here,
I get you.
but you get my point.
Yeah, I mean, in the spirit of what you're saying, yes, 100%. I don't think it's actually much of a debate.
So the
I did sign Malik Monk.
I mean, honestly, Malik Monk's probably our second best signing behind Vlade Divac, if we're being honest. And no, I don't count the whole Brad Miller thing. Get out of here. So the Suns got Bradley Beal. The Wizards get Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple picks in the second round.
And some swaps, right? Got some swaps going on there.
Is this the first ever? Okay, it's not the first.
By the
ever.
way, I don't think Phoenix has any control of their first round picks for I'm not kidding,
like 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah. Is it possible to look at this trade? Is it possible to look at this trade and say, I really think both teams crap the bed on this trade?
Yeah, no, it's very, yeah, there's a lot there.
So the Suns get Bradley Beal. Awesome. And now they have between Beal, Booker, Durant, and DeAndre Ayton.
By the way, the only 4 players that are currently on the roster.
Yeah, well, no, isn't there a fifth?
No, they have a couple player partial guarantees.
Okay, I thought
one partial guarantee. Everyone keeps putting a Kogi in there, but a Kogi's a unrestricted free agent.
Yeah,
They have a partial guarantee. I think on Isaiah Wainwright.
I could, anyways. I could have sworn there was one,
and maybe one on Campaign.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, Campaign signed at $6.5 million next year. That's what I was thinking. So can't they?
But I think that hasn't been picked up yet. So technically, they have 4 guys on the roster.
The Chris Paul's contract going away.
Cool
for Bradley Beal's. Remember, Chris Paul is set to make $61.6 million over the next 2 years. So that makes it feel a little bit better. But the Suns now have no depth. And the Suns are committed between Durant, Booker, Ayton, and Beal. Dude, it's like $150 million next year alone, just between those 4 guys. So no depth, a bunch of vet minimums.
Well, and here's the crazy thing. So the salary cap next year is projected to be around 134. Apron 1 of the luxury tax is 169.
Yeah.
They're like $7 million away from that already.
Yeah, and they still have to
sign guys,
fill out their roster. So I guess option 1 would be a Bradley Beal-esque salary dump of DeAndre Ayton.
I think more than a salary dump, I think what they really need to do is hopefully find a team that can just give them 3 pieces for 1, just to fill out the roster with that money, so you're not going too far into that tax.
So, of course, we look at it from a Kings angle. Is there something you wouldn't mind seeing the Kings try to put together for DeAndre Ayton? But let me focus in on that. Can DeAndre Ayton and Domantas Sabonis function together?
No, I mean Ayton does nothing that would complement Sabonis.
You get a defensive upgrade down low.
I guess.
No, you do. He's a better defender than Sabonis.
Yeah, but that's not saying much. It's like going from a D+ to a C.
I acknowledge that. I fully do. I agree with you, by the way. There's no world in which that should happen. The Wizards, this is effectively a complete salary dump.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what
They're
it
gonna
is.
Get a couple picks here and there, whatever.
And we can break down how terrible of a salary dump it was.
Sure. I mean, they got next to nothing for Bradley Beal. Did I hear this right, by the way, that the agent for Beal is
Mark Bartelstein is his agent, whose stepson is the CEO of the Suns.
CEO of the Suns. Okay. And
perhaps some nepotism working there.
And we'll get to this in 3 for Madness, but Chris Paul also insinuating that Isaiah Thomas had a huge hand in this. The Wizards now look to be perhaps in a full rebuild mode. We'll know that depending on what happens with Kristaps Porzingis, but
I think he's gone one way or the other.
I agree with you. And so Kyle Kuzma now,
another guy that's gone.
Guy that's gone. I believe he did opt out. And Kyle Kuzma is a guy almost like John Collins. I don't know who's been associated with the Kings more over the last 4 years, Kuzma or Collins. And by the way,
Kuzma damn near
he almost was. Yeah, exactly. By the way, I did see somebody float an interesting idea that the Suns should try to trade. Remember, DeAndre Ayton was going to sign with the Pacers.
Mm-hmm.
Try to trade DeAndre Ayton to the Pacers for Buddy Hield, Miles Turner.
That's a heist, in my opinion.
For Phoenix?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You think them getting Buddy and Miles Turner for DeAndre Ayton is a heist? Interesting.
Actually, I think it's kind of. I'm just not in on DeAndre Ayton. The guy just seems so unmotivated all the time.
But did he seem unmotivated to you before last year? Because I think he was last year. He was.
I think prior to that, remember the whole incident where he just basically didn't want to play anymore and they benched him in the playoffs? That was before last year. And whether or not that was like him and Monty Williams just never saw eye to eye. But do you buy into the idea that Frank Vogel is going to turn him into an all-star?
No, but I do think new voices change things. And I do understand and can see the idea of DeAndre Ayton just being one of those guys. It's like, man, I mean, there are players like that.
Yeah.
There have been players throughout.
I think DeAndre Ayton will have a solid career one way or the other. Is he going to be a multi-time All-Star? That's where I kind of balk.
I do think it would be interesting, though, to bring Miles Turner in there. And then if you add Buddy Hield, if you added Buddy Hield and you went with a starting lineup, basically.
Buddy has to be off the bench. Has to be. Absolutely has to
here's
be.
what I want to happen. And here's what I think should happen. I think they should make the move. I think you can go some form of Buddy, Booker, Beal, Durant, Turner, right? Let's have fun with that lineup. And 100% Buddy Hield has to play point guard. Come on, guys.
You always accuse me of wanting to see the world burn.
I want to see the sun.
You clearly want to see the sun burn Phoenix.
I'm here for it.
Who does not want to see Buddy Hield playing point guard ahead of those guys? Well, screw them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Buddy Hield playing point guard in any league is just dude, have like a circus cam or something, because good Lord.
Well, who's doing it right now then? I mean, honestly, who's playing Devin Booker? Is that your point guard?
That's probably your best one, right?
Are they going?
Do you have a problem with that? With Booker?
I don't. He's played point before and done just fine when Chris Paul's been out.
But not his preferred position, you know?
Yeah.
But of him and Beal, I think he's a better ball handler and distributor. I mean, Beal's not awful, but that's not his thing.
No, he can absolutely do that. Does this make the Suns a championship team to you?
No. I said is currently constructed with Ayton still on the roster? No, because one of KD or Beal is good to get hurt for a pretty decent chunk of the season.
Well, that's the thing. These guys.
That's my point. And then we saw
healthy.
it in the playoffs last year when they lose one of their guys, they had no depth, and they have even less depth right now and probably have less depth when the season starts.
Jay, is this a lateral move or a step back?
I don't think it's a lateral move. I think they're a little bit better. Like,
okay.
I see this move and I'm like, I still don't think they're better than Denver.
Needless to say, Buddy Hield has one more year on his contract. He'll be a free agent after next year. Miles Turner has 2 more years. Next year, those two will make a combined $40 million.
Again, you're not floating a terrible idea for them.
I'm just saying. We'll take a break. When we come back, 3 for Madness. Dalvin Cook wants to form a old man super team. Chris Paul has thoughts on the trade, and Lou Williams calls it a career. We'll talk about that. 3 for Madness. Brought to you by Fire Wings next.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Thinking it's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com. Or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
No Jason Ross today with us, but he will be doing middays, and I believe he will be joining
No,
us.
we're doing afternoons.
Or afternoons, I'm sorry. So no Jason Ross for Crosstalk.
No, we'll have Whitey and Chris in here for Crosstalk, and then Jay Ross and Jay Johnson 2 to 6 today.
It's got to be Whitey and Watkins, right? I mean, it's just the alliteration. Okay. In the meantime, Nate in for Jay, who's in for Jason. I'm the only one in the normal seat today.
I know.
3 for Madness.
Look at you, Mr. Consistency.
It's good to have you.
That's me, buddy. Just get ready because there's going to be no consistency over the next just about month. Question 1.
Dalvin Cook would like to form a tandem with DeAndre Hopkins. Do you think Hopkins and Cook end up on the same team?
I mean, sure.
Would it be New England?
That was the only one to me that made sense because that team needs so much help.
Wasn't Cook tied to Miami?
I've heard.
Yeah, he's from Miami.
Yeah, Florida State.
Cook with Miami and him and Hopkins in Miami, that would make sense as well. But I think the Patriots make the most sense. And I know Hopkins visited New England. The other place Hopkins I know visited was Tennessee. That makes no sense with Derrick Henry in your backfield. Yeah, I do think there's a possibility of that as long as, but who's tagging off of who? Because I think Cook at this point gets the bigger deal, right? He's more,
I would think so.
He's younger.
Yeah.
He's coming off another Pro Bowl year.
Yep.
Where DeAndre Hopkins, I mean, how much of it is DeAndre Hopkins is slipping versus DeAndre Hopkins played for the Cardinals?
How often has this worked for New England, though? Right? Like they've brought in free agents like this, and it just doesn't.
They haven't brought it. I feel like free agents like this.
I always think of Randy Moss.
That worked great.
Yeah, it did work great. Yeah,
until it didn't. But yes, it did. Dalvin Cook, by the way, is 27.
Dalvin Cook, best running back they would have had since Corey Dillon. And by the way, you had Dillon at the back end of his career. He was good in New England.
DeAndre Hopkins. A lot of DeAndres.
They might be DeAndre Cook here pretty soon if they get married.
31. What about this? Like, could they conceivably do this? I wonder if there's any rule against this. What if they like just teamed up and had their agents team up and were like, they're a package deal and you're going to give them the exact same contract?
I think that sounds fun on the surface, except when it comes to money and one's going to feel they deserve more than the other. Those things never work.
They're
like getting
rich.
2 agents together to form a team of getting 2 different guys in the same spot. Like, I doubt they would even get past a cup of coffee together.
They'd be like Step Brothers.
There you go. How'd that work?
They do their work.
It worked
quite
out in the
well,
end.
actually.
Yeah, in the end.
Quite well. I don't know if you saw the Catalina wine mixer.
The thing is, this thing, they would never get
Billy
to
Joel.
the Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah. They well, I mean, what is New England the Catalina wine mixer of the NFL? Is that what we're saying?
Well, they had to go through their ups and downs. They were split apart before the Catalina wine mixer, and the wine mixer brought them together.
Yeah, I just don't see that happening with agents, guys.
All right. Number 2.
Question 2.
Chris Paul told the New York Times that he thought Isaiah Thomas had a hand in him being out in Phoenix. Do you think Thomas had that much influence over new governor Matt Ishbia? Ishbia?
Yes. You got almost all the way through it, and I actually tipped my cap. That was not an easy one to read because you had some sort of weird attempt at spelling Isaiah.
Yeah,
No, you got
It
through
should
well.
be Ishiba, by the way. He just doesn't spell it right.
I completely agree with you.
It should.
What?
What is it?
It's Ishbia.
It's Ishbia.
Okay, why should it be a Sheba?
Well,
Because that's a better name.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
Ishbia.
wanted to make. My apologies.
Ishbia sounds better than Ishbia.
Agreed.
Ishbia sounds like some sort of thing on your couch.
Sounds like
or
a
something.
bootleg Toshiba.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like a TV. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yes, I do think he has this much influence over Matt Ishbia. We've talked about this before. It's new owneritis. We'll say it again. It happens to every one of them pretty much. New owner comes in, super successful in whatever thing they've done because obviously they couldn't afford a team if they weren't. They want to come in and do things the way they've always done it before in their other businesses that have worked. So why should this be any different? There has never been an owner in sports, at least in the last 30 years at these levels, that has not come in and at some point had a meeting with people and said, you know what? The thing is, people get too emotional about this, whether it's players, whether it's workers, whether it's whatever. They're all just chess pieces on a board, and you just have to be strategic and move them properly. And then they go in and they find out, oh my God, there's nothing like this. This isn't this isn't a business like you know it is. Matt Ishbia went to Michigan State. Matt Ishbia is a Detroit guy. Matt Ishbia grew up idolizing Isaiah Thomas. You may remember Vivek Ranadive having Roger Craig and Chris Mullen and Mitch Richmond hanging all over his shoulders, followed by Vlade Divac. They're jock sniffers. It's what they are. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. Hell, if I bought the San Francisco Giants and I was super rich, you know who's my CEO? Will Clark. At least at first, until I realized, oh my God, he can't run a team and I'm being publicly ridiculed.
Or could he?
And then I figure it out after I've sniffed enough jock. New owners are jock sniffers. His nose is firmly planted in Isaiah Thomas's athletic supporter, and he's listening to Isaiah, who, by the way,
has a history of being really good at running things.
You're being facetious.
Very.
You're correct. But I will say this, Isaiah Thomas, here's what he is. He's a very engaging, very charismatic, very intelligent human being when he's talking to you. So I can see Isaiah in his quiet way getting into Matt's head and saying, I think you got to do this, that, and that. Matt's listening to him. They'll figure it out, but he's probably effectively screwed the Suns, though not on paper. But this little Suns run, see, go look at their record pre-Chris Paul. See how it looks.
Not great.
Then look at their record every year they had Chris Paul.
Pretty great.
Chris Paul's probably going to play until he's 45 years old, and I'm just wondering which crap team he's going to land on to lead them to the playoffs now. Anyways.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Did you want to answer? I just took the whole answer to the question there, basically.
Yeah, he's had a roll.
Okay. Number 3.
Question 3.
I did not know this was his nickname. Lemon Pepper, Lou Williams.
That's a JayMarZZ special. That's a magic.
That is
a Magic Wings reference.
Magic Wings.
What's Magic Wings?
Is it Magic
Magic
Wings?
City.
Or Magic City. Sorry. Go ahead. Lemon Pepper Lou.
Lemon Pepper Lou called a career over the weekend.
Yeah.
Is he the greatest six-man in NBA history? And just with some notes here, Jamal Crawford is a 3-time winner. Lou's a 3-time winner. We have a few 2-time winners. Detlef Shrimp. Kevin McHale and Ricky Pierce. Detlef I know from Parks and Recreation.
Yes, he had several cameos on that show.
Detlef Shrimp had cameos.
He's all over. Him, Roy Hibbert.
So, yeah, Roy Hibbert. Well, it takes place in a fictional town in Indiana. You remember Detlef was pretty good with the Pacers. And Roy Hibbert was pretty good with the Pacers.
Okay. First off, Jamal Crawford is the best sixth man of all time from a numbers standpoint. If you want to talk about accomplishments, Manu Ginobili made the Hall of Fame as a sixth man and won multiple titles.
I don't think he made the Hall of Fame as a sixth man.
No, but he was a sixth man.
He also
his whole career, he was pretty much a sixth.
Bobby Jackson.
95% of his career, Manu Ginobili was a sixth man who filled in when there were injuries.
Are you being?
What?
Is that a bit?
Ginobili
started in 349 games.
That's not a lot. That's what, 8, 6. That's 4 years out of a 17-year career?
I think it was 17.
16.
15.
I mean, it's a bit that
he was also
was
a
just
two-time
injury
All-Star.
filling, but he
by
was
the
a
way,
sixth man.
by the way, the 2 times he went to the All-Star game, he was a starter.
In the All-Star game?
No,
Or was
as a Spur.
But when
he
you
started 74 games in 05 when he made it, and 79 of 80 games in 11 when he made it.
But when you think of Manu Ginobili, do you not think of the Spurs sixth man?
No, I think of the All-Star
Really?
that, dude, in his prime, he started a ton of games.
So you don't associate him with them being coming off the bench for them?
He really didn't start coming off the bench with them until the end of his career, the last 7 seasons. But
the end of his career is the last 7 seasons?
Considering that he had 8 seasons prior to where he spent a lot of time starting in his prime, where he made all-star teams.
He started 4 years worth of games. Anyways, Jamal Crawford's better. Robert Horry is another guy you might have to throw in there just from a championship standpoint.
Wow, you hate Lou Williams.
I don't hate Lou Williams. He's just not the best sixth man of all time. He's in the conversation for sure.
Did Kevin McHale ever really be a starter?
Yes.
No. For sure he was a starter.
Okay.
A great starter.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because
also.
I didn't know he won the 6-man twice.
He was kind of like the OG win the 6th man of the year, like, oh my gosh, we need to start this guy. I mean, it was basically right once they traded Cedric Maxwell, he was the guy in Boston.
And depending on your generation, although I do believe Lou's better than these guys, but Vinny the Microwave Johnson with the Pistons, Michael Cooper with those Lakers were both fantastic.
Cooper started a lot though too.
Yeah, they again, you got it's tough to be a sixth man your entire career for the most part, unless you're Manu Ginobili. I would say he's on the Mount Rushmore. I do not believe he's the best, Jay.
An interesting take.
You?
He's not the best.
Okay.
But he is top 5.
And he's on fire. Sorry,
that was.
I'm learning here.
Let me help you out here, Nate. Let me show you how to real professional.
Do it.
Magic City has lemon pepper wings, but they do not compare.
No, they do
To
not.
the lemon pepper wings at
Fire wings.
What about Magic Skies or whatever you said?
Hey,
no, I said magic.
Freddie, let the pros handle
I
this.
said magic wings. And you know what? Honestly, when you eat those fire wings, they do feel like magic wings. Wait, wow. Is that something Forrest Gump said?
That was.
They were about magic wings. You could eat them anywhere.
Yes.
There's that scene where him and his son are eating the wings the same way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Breaded Malaysian curry for Little Forrest. You had a Saigon Street for Forrest. It was yummy.
What did Jenny order?
Shut up and stop and turn your mic off. Fire Wings has 21 different flavors to choose from.
So did Jenny.
Soaked in buttermilk all night long. Shut up. For just wonderful, wonderful flavor. Try the ramen. Shut up. Try the ramen. Try the tots. Try the seasoned fries. Locally owned and operated. Fire Wings.
Not in Greenbow, Alabama,
with
though.
a choice for everyone. Go to firewings.com. Find the location nearest you. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Fire Wings. Just wing it. We will take a break. When we return, what shall we do? Oh, how about we pick apart the New Orleans Pelicans? I see a very interesting part not included on this list. I will inquire as to why in just 1 minute.
The Kings season might be over, but Sactown sports coverage never stops.
Returning is honestly my number one priority. Be a part of something special.
Stay tuned all off-season to Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com for the latest Kings news.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Valley Strong Credit Union.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're off to a cool start as we kick off your Tuesday. You may want to layer for the next couple of hours, but into the afternoon, bright sunshine ahead, less wind and highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, capital, and everything in between. Learn about all the benefits of being a business banking member at valleystrong.com.
Players of all abilities will tell you that Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course is the area's #1 course for fun. Whether you're a beginner or an accomplished player, Bartley Kavanaugh has something for you. It's a great walking course, but motorized carts are available too. The moderately sized greens and generous fairway landing areas will add to your satisfaction and smiles for the day. Near the banks of the picturesque Sacramento River, Bartley Kavanaugh features the brand new tap room for all your beverage needs. For tee times, visit bartleycavanaugh.com. It's Sacramento's #1 course for fun.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. There was a massive trade in the NBA this last weekend. Bradley Beal is headed to Phoenix to team up with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Jeez. Team up with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Excuse me.
Get it together.
I know. I said turn up almost. They probably will. Along with Beal, the Suns get Jordan Goodwin and Isaiah Todd. In return, the Wizards receive Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and now have multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host JayMarZZ.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Wow, going with Merle Haggard coming back. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
All-time favorite.
Welcome back. JayMarZZ.
Palomaville.
Nate. All y'all on the text line and other stuff. The text line at 916. I'm pausing because the text line is being super. They're you guys. You know who you are. You're being a bunch of sickos, and while I can appreciate that, I can't read any.
You led them there.
You led them there.
Yeah, Jay, I think you did, actually.
Thank you. Go to YouTube as well. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. Watch with everybody. Say hello, and we appreciate most everybody in the chat for rolling in and saying hello. 1-800-920-1140. That is your phone number if you want to talk to us. I'm sure our guy, what's his face, will be East Coast guy, heavy accent. Why am I forgetting?
Oh, Mitch. Yeah, Mitch will be checking in shortly.
All right, let's do our daily picking for parts. This is where we go around as possible GMs, and we try to pick teams' spare parts, or even their not so spare parts, and see if that would work for your Sacramento Kings. So, first on this list, CJ McCollum, 1 year, $35.8 million. Nope, that was easy, right?
Really?
Yeah. You gonna spend $36 million at a position of strength?
No, but depending on what I had to give up, I'd look into it.
So you didn't have to pick up anything. You didn't have to give up a thing. Let's just, in a funny world, let's say that the Pelicans traded CJ McCollum to the Sacramento Kings for 1 second-round pick for next season and an expiring contract at $36 million. My point would be this. You have Monk, you have Herter, and by the way, McCollum's better. I'm not so entirely sure he's better than a year of starting Monk. I don't know, but let's say he is, just for fun.
I think most teams, just player for player, would take CJ still.
I totally agree. I'm talking specifically about the Kings. Now, all of a sudden, you are in cap hell. You have far less room to improve this team, and now you have a already semi-crowded back. I think the backcourt's just right now. And now you have McCollum in there who's going to take minutes from either Herter or Monk or both. And I just don't feel like that's where you need to.
Well, here's the thing. If any deal involving CJ McCollum, I think Herter's involved just because of money.
Now, if you're telling me they could get CJ McCollum, let me ask you this. Would you trade Monk and Herter for CJ McCollum?
Nah.
Okay. Larry Nance Jr., 2 years, $21.5 million.
There's a guy. There's a guy.
Now we're talking value. Now we're talking value on a guy that doesn't jump out at you. But Larry Nance Jr. is a guy that I think would fit in. He would be a nice complementary piece for this.
He'd be a very good rotational piece. He's 30. The only, issue with him is he has a tendency to get hurt. Last year played 65 games. That's fine. But prior to that, played in, 46?
Yeah.
Year before that, 35, 56, 67, 66, 63. So you get what I'm saying.
Right. He's just a guy that
he gets hurt, and he's going to get hurt.
A nice rotational player. Garrett Temple, $5.5 million. Old friend Garrett Temple, but the key there is old.
Yes.
Garrett Temple.
If you're acquiring Garrett Temple at this point, he's like your third string two guard.
He's your player coach on the floor.
Yeah, he's basically that voice in the locker room type guy.
Garrett Temple, you could make an argument. Garrett Temple might be the most quality human being in the National Basketball Association. Yeah. He is beyond reproach, without a doubt.
Put it this way, I think if you had him in the locker room at $5.4 million, I'm into that.
If he's yes. If he's in there, then for that type of price, I'm fine with that. Josh Richardson.
To me, this is a very interesting case.
I agree with you because Josh Richardson is a free agent. But also Josh Richardson may be commanding a bit of money.
Yeah, I just don't know how much money at this point in his career. I mean, I really think he was at his peak, so to speak, when Miami dealt him to Philly in that Jimmy Butler quote-unquote trade, which, by the way, I think Miami won the trade. I'm going to go out on a limb and say
probably.
That. Yeah, because since then it's a little bit of a decline, but the one thing I like about Richardson is his defensive presence on the wing. That's the big thing with me. He's not a great three-point shooter. He's not terrible.
Well,
although he did shoot pretty well, I think, from three last year. Yeah, he shot 38%.
But you're really, really getting a wing defender, which is what this team needs.
I just don't think he'll be that expensive.
If he's not that expensive, great. But then it's what is or isn't expensive. Well, if you 3-year, $30 million, I'm fine with that.
Let me look at his.
I just don't.
Let me look at his previous deal.
I just don't know that that's what it's going to be.
I don't think you're necessarily too far off there.
I mean, I would be willing to give 3 years. And
he made 12.1 last year, and again, it's not like he's been ascending.
Sure. All right, and then there's a name that was not on this list, but why are we not taking a look at Zion Williamson?
Why would we? You give me the argument outside of the obvious stuff.
All right, so next year his max kicks in at $33 million. He signed for 4 years after that at $41.5 million.
It's a good amount of money.
It is a good enough amount of money. Then the question becomes, really, let's not even get to fit yet. What do you have to give up for Zion Williamson?
I think Zion's still at this point. You're either giving a good salary filler. By that I mean it's like Herter, it's Monk, it's Davion potentially.
Sure.
I would imagine they would ask for Keegan. It's something in that realm plus a boatload of picks. Or it's one of Fox or Sabonis.
Well, that's the Fox and Sabonis thing is a non-starter, obviously. Which imagine a year and a half ago saying you wouldn't trade De'Aaron Fox for Zion Williamson.
I know that's crazy, but playing in games matters.
But now we get into, okay, it really just comes down to, are you willing to crapshoot and risk? Look, if it was Keegan, Zion, and 3 first-round picks, straight up, what did I say, Keegan and Zion? Keegan, Davion, and 3 unprotected first-round picks for Zion Williamson. Simple. If you told me that he was going to play 70 or more games, I'd drive him all to the airport.
But that's everybody. Of course. If you have the knowledge that he's playing 70 or more games, then you're actually having the conversation about Sabonis and Fox, right?
You have if I knew that
70 games.
No.
You're a title contender.
I am a member of the DeMontis Sabonis Church. And if you told me that Zion was going to play 70 over the next 5 years and we'd have control, I would probably trade DeMontis Sabonis for him. But that again, if I had wings, I'd fly around.
Yeah, right. That's the biggest if in all of sports.
So that's what it comes down to. Are you what you're going to get Zion Williamson almost certainly at a discounted price?
Sure.
Because of his injuries. Are you willing to take a year ago? I would have said all day long, the Kings have to swing for the fences on this guy. Now, you're either a championship contender, legit. Fox, Sabonis, and a healthy Zion Williamson is a championship contender, straight up. Or you just screwed up the road the Kings have been on.
And I think because that is a much more likely scenario, like if there were odds on that, I think they would be heavy in that realm just because we have no evidence to suggest that Zion's going to stay healthy. Zero. And he's a big man. And when big men have injury issues earlier in their career, they usually don't get fixed. That's my thing.
Let's say this. Let's say that whatever the Kings were going to trade for Zion, let's not even worry about what it was. But Monty comes to you and he says, hey, I'm going to trade these players and these picks, whatever the combo is, and I've got 2 offers on the table. One is for Zion Williamson and one is for Ben Simmons. Which one do you take?
I think I take Simmons just because it's going to cost me a lot less than Zion at this point. I still think, because when you talk about upside, again, Ben Simmons is a guy you add that, if he gets back to what he is, there's definitely potential to be a title contender. But if you add Zion, man, and he's that dude. Even if you got 65 out of Zion, right? You said 75.
Yeah.
I would even go as low as 60. If I knew I was getting.
Well, you said cost me less. You're saying you'd pick the trade for Zion.
No. I think Simmons costs less at this point than Zion, right?
You mean in a trade?
In a trade.
Oh, in a trade. No, I'm saying if you were trading the same people.
I
don't know. Rashawn, Davion, and 3 first-rounders. You can either get Ben Simmons or Zion Williamson.
If it's that trade, I'm probably going Zion.
Okay. That's where the confusion was. By the way, Ben Simmons, weirdly enough, down to $78 million over the next 2 years. That contract's all of a sudden becoming a little tiny eensy bit more attractive than it was last year or the year before. We'll take a break. I can hear the texters right now screaming, no Ben Simmons. When we come back, Draymond Green opts out. What does that mean? And does that mean anything for the Kings? We're back in 2.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Nature Wood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
There's a right way and a wrong way to fight off mosquitoes. Karate chopping the air in a public place in front of your kids and their friends, Mom, is the wrong way. Using STEM mosquito repellent is the right way. STEM effectively repels mosquitoes by harnessing active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and peppermint, making it safe for use as directed around people and pets. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science, and embarrassment-free.
Sacramento Kings basketball is back this summer. Catch 6 games of NBA action and fun for the whole family when the California Classic Summer League returns on July 3rd and 5th. The Kings will host the Golden State Warriors, Los Angeles Lakers, Miami Heat, and newly added San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets with the number 1 and number 2 NBA draft picks. 2-day passes start at just $42 and include access to all 6 games. Visit kings.com/California Classic for more information and to buy your tickets today.
Hey, Scott, you look great. Yeah, I'm feeling good and have a new job. No, there's something different about the way you look. To be honest, a few months ago, I had an amazing robotic hair transplant procedure at XL Medicine. It's called the artist procedure. No way. Your hair looks completely natural, and you don't even have a scar. How did they do that? Dude, the artist system is amazing. I have this fantastic hairline, and I'm happy with my results. XL Medicine could probably help you too, buddy.
Using the artist procedure, Dr. Singh and Dr. Graywall can target and harvest healthy hair follicles with micron-level accuracy from the back of your head and transplant them where you need it. The procedure is painless, and you'll be back doing your regular activities in a couple of days. Ask Dr. Singh and Dr. Graywall at XL Medicine about the artist procedure. Call today, 916-932-4470. That's 932-4470 for a complimentary in-person or Zoom consultation. Or on the web at xlmedicine.com. That's EXCEL medicine.com. See what the artist procedure can do for you.
These are actors and not real patients. Greetings from M&S Auto on El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. And a big thanks to our repeat customers for letting us be your favorite car dealer. Repeat customers make us proud. M&S customers know that they're going to find the car, 4x4, or SUV they want. They'll get treated like family and save thousands. Whether you're a repeat customer or a first-time buyer, welcome. M&S Auto, the intelligent car buying experience. MSAutogroup.com.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
All righty.
Slow jams on Sactown Sports.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, Draymond Green has opted out. Now, this is fun for sports talk, and you never know. You know, it's like if anyone's ever had an experience, you just take a quick break with your girlfriend. Oh, we're just going to take a couple of weeks, get to know ourselves a little more. She's coming back, and then, oh, hey, she met the thing, and oh, no, there's always a chance when you're a free agent that you may not re-sign with your team.
That hurts.
But that happened to you?
Yeah.
Off
the record.
Off the
wow.
Wait, you'll tell us off the record, or?
I don't know. I just said that.
Okay.
Sounds right.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I can see that happen.
I think I'm a catch.
You are a catch. I agree.
Gosh darn you are.
It's the personality.
You seen the physique on this kid?
I have.
Oh, yeah.
I would be shocked if Draymond Green did not go back to the Warriors.
I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be surprised.
You wouldn't be shocked.
No, but I'd be surprised. I fully expect him to resign there. But also, man, money and age. The NBA's weird, bro.
Yeah,
There's just not much that shocks me anymore, especially after what we saw at the last trade deadline.
He's opting out at 27 million.
Yeah.
Who's offering? Obviously, he's not getting 27 million a year. I would highly doubt that. But who's offering him? 4 years, 80 million.
Who's the current GM still in Charlotte, sir?
Who is
Mitch Kupchak.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it still Mitch Kupchak, former Laker GM?
Mitch Kupchak's there.
You think so?
There's always
with new owner.
There's always a stupid team. And you said it.
Well,
new
it's usually
owners.
us. Yeah.
New owners want to win right away. They don't want to rebuild.
I don't. Yeah, but Draymond Green he doesn't come with baggage. Like that dude comes with like a U-Haul.
Yeah, I get it. And there's certain teams that are going to look past that because he's a name.
And
again, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen. I don't believe that'll happen. I'm just saying don't ever be shocked if you hear random team X will offer him 4 and 80 fully guaranteed.
There is one team in the NBA, other than the Warriors, that I could see working something out with Draymond Green. If you were to tell me, I would say there is a 90% chance of Draymond Green signing with the Warriors, re-signing. But the remaining 10% of him signing somewhere else, I would say there's also a 90% chance of it being this one team, if that makes sense.
Sure.
In other words, if he signs with somebody other than the Warriors, I give you a 90 to 95% chance that team would be the Los Angeles Lakers.
It'd have to be a sign and trade, though.
Yes, it would. But if there's
which could be all sorts of fun.
Here's the thing, dude. You're telling me you can't see a situation where Chris Paul and Draymond Green aren't playing for the Lakers next year?
Oh, I could totally see that situation.
Draymond Green, by the way, right now is in France with LeBron.
By the way,
they're both traveling and hanging out.
A lot easier said than done, the gymnastics you'd have to do to get it done. But it's gettable because the Lakers do have pieces that I think other teams would want in a sign and trade deal.
Would they not be in the exact same problem they had this year, though, where they just don't play together during the season? Like you're getting 5 games probably all year where they all play together, right?
No, a little
between
more.
Draymond, Chris Paul, LeBron, and AD.
Chris Paul, Draymond,
maybe
Green,
10, right?
LeBron, AD.
I mean, Draymond played in 73 games this year.
Yeah, and who? Austin Reeves? I don't know. You that would be your classic aging super team.
Yeah, class. What's another? Oh, the Suns or
the Lakers. With Steve
the
Nash.
Barkley. Yeah.
Hell, I'd put the Clippers in there at this point.
But because I could see and don't count out the whole Chris Paul LA thing either, because he has so much stuff going on off the court.
When you say LA, do you mean both LA teams?
I mean, yeah, but I honestly think Lakers. I think Chris Paul would love to play with LeBron James. They'd love to play with each other. It makes sense for him to finally
Banana Boat Championship.
Yeah, finally go to the Lakers after David Stern screwed that whole thing up back in the day.
By the way, we looked at that trade yesterday. I don't remember why it came up. That was such a good trade for all 3 teams.
It really was. Yeah, I don't know what Stern was doing. But I could also see Chris Paul signing with them for a vet minimum. I don't know if you caught that in that trade that was made, but his contract, I think it got stretched out. Like he got $20 million extra out of that trade because they had to do it to make cap stuff work. So they added basically $20 million into his deal that he just got just for getting traded.
I want to remind people, I don't know if he was the president, but he might have been the VP of the Players
I think
Union.
he was the president, yeah.
When they had signed that CBA that totally had things worked in there that would favor him as far as money went.
Exactly. So I fully see Chris Paul very, very likely with the Lakers next year. And then, I think Draymond Green goes back. But maybe it's a new part of his career, and if he's going to go anywhere else, it would be with LeBron. That's an environment, and that's somebody he can play. Like LeBron can check Draymond Green, just like Steph, if he needed to, could check Draymond Green. Except LeBron's a much more forceful personality.
Sure.
Steph and especially Klay Thompson are kind of freewheeling.
They're laid back.
Yeah, laid back guys. They're chill. LeBron is not chill, but Draymond Green loves him. Now, the question there is that if you have those 4 guys on the team now, or the Lakers, now you've got the Lakers and Suns both beefing up. And that's what the whole storyline would be going into next year. Lakers, Suns. And now all of a sudden the Pacific Division becomes.
And the Nuggets still win the title.
Uh-huh. And who knows? And then maybe the Kings still win the Pacific.
It's interesting when you bring up that 4-player dynamic, though, in LA, because you mentioned LeBron and Draymond, obviously, are big personalities, forceful personalities. Let's not forget Chris Paul either is a very forceful personality.
I mean, honestly, Chris Paul's like the quietest dude on that starting line. Well, and Anthony Davis.
Yeah, but Chris Paul's Mr. Like, I get under my teammate's skin after one season guy.
Right. I mean, I know we're talking about something completely different, but I think that's a semi-likely thing that you can just kind of see the waters churning.
Sure.
When you have guys like this opting out, and let's not discount what Rich Paul, not Chris Paul, who is rich, but Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, what he can do. Rich Paul can do a lot of things. And remember, guys, just because you don't get on the ESPN trade machine or look at Hoops Hype and look at salaries and think you can figure out the Los Angeles Lakers, because the Lakers do not have the same rules when it comes to salary cap as the rest of the teams do, because time and time again, it's very simple. Hey, much like the Warriors do it all the time. Players know that if they sign with the Warriors, they're going to be exposed to a lot of different investors and very, very smart people in the tech sector, which is exactly what Kevin Durant and his partner Rich Kleinman did when they got to Oakland, San Francisco. And Kevin Durant's probably made 10 times as much off the court as he has on the court over the last 5 years since he was there. Those stories spread around within the league. Same thing with the Lakers. You go to play for the Lakers, first off, you're getting top dollar in your shoe deal. The shoe companies control a lot of this, and we've gotten in this conversation before. Secondly, you're exposed to the whole Hollywood world in LA, not just business, but also endorsements and everything else. Big company needs an athlete to endorse. Okay, well, maybe they want Giannis. Giannis is in Milwaukee. It's December. And they don't want to wait until the All-Star break or until June in the offseason to bring Giannis in. And it costs a ton of money to fly a whole crew out to Milwaukee. Oh, but look, over here. Here's not Giannis, but here's a guy on the Lakers right now. He can be here tomorrow at 3 p.m. for a 4-hour shoot. And we can pay him slightly less money. I know this is I'm going down a rabbit hole here, but I've said this over the years. I can't stress enough. This is a large part of how the league works at that level, and it's not talked about enough. So there's a reason why teams like the Lakers always seem to have room. Teams like the Heat, they always seem to have room. Clippers, they'll figure it out. They'll have room. Warriors, they figure it out. Whereas,
listen, if the Knicks ever decide they want to be sustainable as a franchise, they will be in the same conversation.
That's exactly
why Katie and Kyrie, signed in Brooklyn.
Well, I don't know.
They wanted to be in that market for a reason.
I don't know if you know this or not, but Madison Square Garden is it's the Mecca.
Really?
It's a Mecca of basketball.
Here I was thinking it was Golden One Center. And by the way, it should be. We have a freaking beam.
Yeah, hello, freaking beam, a stronger beam.
Oh gosh.
By the way,
there's no beam at the Mecca.
One last thing about Draymond Green. Could he come to the Kings? Could there be a sign and trade deal? Could something work out there? Draymond Green would probably make the Kings better. Would he make them better enough to justify whatever you're paying him for how long you're paying him? And as we talked about before, how does he coexist with Domantas Sabonis when both are distributors? And by the way, you have one of the best point guards in the league that also happens to be a distributor.
Yeah, I don't know if I classify De'Aaron in the same context as distributor as I would Draymond and Domas.
I'm saying he's a classic point guard.
He's more of a scoring point guard, but
no. What I'm saying is that point guard is classically the distributor's position.
Yes,
and in this case, things are kind of flipped around.
For sure. I mean, I'm sure Mike Brown, if any coach, is going to figure that one out. But yeah, there's some obvious questions there being raised. And if you're looking at bringing in Draymond, it is likely in a sign and trade. And isn't the most obvious thing there a Harrison Barnes back to the Warriors, especially with all the dysfunction they had in their locker room last season? And he's kind of the harmonizer.
I mean, I'd take Draymond Green straight up for a replacement for Harrison Barnes. I would. Absolutely.
Do you think Warriors fans would?
No. Oh, God, no. Warriors fans would throw a fit, and rightfully so. Nothing against Harrison Barnes, but also Harrison Barnes is not the most popular guy in the Bay Area with those fans. I would 100%. be a huge move for the Kings if you can pull that off. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Right. I'm just saying that is what it would look like in my eyes.
We'll take a break. When we come back, the Kings have the number 24 pick in this Thursday's NBA draft. Will they draft at 24 at all? Well, we'll kind of try to update what we can with the Kings in that pick next.
Get all the latest 49ers news heading into the 2023 season on Sactown Sports.
I think Brock was smart, and we kind of facilitated that he met with a bunch of different surgeons. The hope is he's ready for the regular season. We'll take it as it comes, as we're doing. He's working incredibly hard, and the early returns are really good.
Sactown Sports, Sacramento's official home for 49ers football.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Cal Hope.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're off to a cool start as we kick off your Tuesday. You may want to layer for the next couple of hours, but into the afternoon, bright sunshine ahead, less wind and highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources today. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop. Thunder.
It ignites something inside of you. It's Thunder Valley's $20,000 20th anniversary cash giveaway. 5 winners on Friday and Saturday nights in June. One very lucky guest wins $20,000 guaranteed. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I really didn't have feet problems. I had back problems. I had had as many epidurals that I could possibly have in 1 year. That was scary. Well, I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet store for over 6 years, and the expert there finally convinced me to try their arch supports.
For over 20 years, we've been helping people like Keith actually live the life they love without their feet getting in the way.
The people at the Good Feet store really educated me about what the arch supports could actually do. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. The future I can see now. I couldn't see it before. Where I would be without them, I have no clue. I'm Keith, and that's my Good Feet story.
See what we can do for you with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTK-AM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco! Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. There was a massive trade in the NBA this past holiday weekend. Bradley Beal is headed to Phoenix. He's teaming up with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Along with Beal, the Suns get Jordan Goodwin and Isaiah Todd. In return, the Wizards receive Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Also, famous podcaster and basketball player Draymond Green is now an unrestricted free agent, even though his future is probably with the Warriors, right? And in NFL news, future Hall of Famer J.J. Watt is considering taking a part-time TV gig with CBS. The assumption as of right now is that he would be a color commentator. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross and special guest host JayMarZZ.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Welcome back. Oh, the off-air conversations we have. Bilber tickets. Coming up bottom of the hour, bottom of the 9 o'clock hour.
You ever see his Philly rant? Well, his legendary, they didn't put him on the map, but it's like really what he's most famous for.
Is he?
Maybe. I'd say that. I don't know.
I love his rant. He's hilarious.
He just goes off on the people, the sports in Philly.
Good for him.
Very good. I'd check that out.
Yeah. Bilber, not one to hold back. And we'll give you an opportunity to go see him next Thursday at the Thunder Valley Casino. So
the old TVC.
The old TVC. All right. The draft is on the 24th. That's this Thursday. The Kings have the number. Wait, hold on, David. God, am I just.
It's this Thursday.
Wait, hold on. It is.
Yeah, it's this Thursday. June 22nd.
June 22nd. I said the 24th because they're picking 24th.
Hey,
that's why I was yelling.
That's
why I was yelling at myself there. The Kings have the 24th pick in the draft. And it's not just a matter of who will they pick or who could they pick. It's also a matter of will they keep the pick? Will they trade the pick?
I think that's the biggest question that not enough people are talking about because I really feel like they aren't keeping it.
I don't either. I do think that that's primed to move in. And for those of you saying, well, hold on, they can't. That's 2 years in a row. They owe the Herder pick for next year. They would pick for the other team and then trade that player.
Right.
There's ways around the Stepien. So I guess the first question would be, well, okay, I wonder what type of player or price Rashawn Holmes and the number 24 pick get. Because, and obviously nothing crazy, or at least nothing crazy we know of.
Be a salary dump into someone's cap space who's looking to acquire another first.
Could be.
I mean, I feel like it's the most logical thing.
There's not a lot that the Kings can dump necessarily salary-wise.
I think Rashawn's really the only one.
Unless you work something with Harrison Barnes. But
yeah, I mean, if there's a team out there with a ton of cap space, sure. And they have something that the Kings want, yeah. But we've seen this before. We've seen players get attached to picks to a team. I'll give you an example, like in OKC. Didn't they take Al Horford in a salary dump? Like bring him in and did they get assets to do that?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Something along that range. Because I want to point out with Rashawn too, it's not like salary dump, someone's just going to take him and put him on their bench. Like Rashawn's still a good player.
Yes.
He just doesn't fit here anymore.
Yeah, he didn't just forget how to play basketball.
No.
If you were to do something like Harrison Barnes, 3 years, $60 million somewhere.
God.
I know, right? And you were to pair him up with Rashawn Holmes and let's say the number 24 pick. So now you have about $33 million going out along with that number 24 pick. Do you trade that for Ben Simmons? I'm asking for the YouTube audience.
You're not asking me my opinion?
No, I do want your opinion.
So the pick, Barnes, and sign and trade, and what's the other salary filler?
Barnes, Holmes.
And the pick for Simmons? Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's worth the risk at that point. Sure.
Of course.
I'll do that.
Of course you do that. I like to troll and test sometimes to see just how off people would be.
I would wonder if Brooklyn would do that at this point. You know, because you've heard mixed results out of that front office. Some of them are like, listen, man, he's too good of a talent to just give away for next to nothing. By the way, Harrison Barnes and Rashawn Holmes aren't nothing, and neither is a first-round pick.
Right.
But there's also the reports that, man, they're just kind of done with this situation.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with. I mean, he got traded from the fishbowl that is Philadelphia to the fishier bowl that is New York. Give him some time in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
See how that fish bowl. It's not a fish bowl. It's a giant like ocean aquarium.
Yeah.
But he is making over the next 2 years $80 million basically. So you're taking a risk there. Obviously, and Ben Simmons fun aside, there are a number of options for the Kings. By the way, they could also stay and draft at number 24 and try to continue to build through the draft. But you get the situation when you lick your finger and put it up in the air to see which way the winds are blowing. Doesn't it seem like Monty and friends are looking for another starting piece, another rotational piece, really a Harrison Barnes replacement, most likely, that will upgrade and take this team, they hope, to a different level?
It's definitely they want a rotational piece.
Yeah.
I think that has been, when you read the smoke screens, the smoke signals, so to speak, of who they've been interested in, whether it's trades, whether it's free agency, it is upgrades in the rotation, 100%.
Yeah, that's what they got to do.
And if they feel, if they feel like there's someone there at number 24 that's there, then okay. But Chris Watkins pointed this out to me yesterday, and I really didn't realize this. They've only worked out one player in that range. Everybody else they've worked out pre-draft is all projected second-round picks.
100%. And when you look at whether they dump salary, keep the pick, trade the pick with the salary dump or whatever, we've talked about this before. There are distressed teams out there and distressed GMs that are looking to make moves. It's not a matter of for example, guarantee you Monty McNair and friends have shopped Rashawn Holmes and that pick.
I mean, that was reported at the deadline. They were looking to move off of Holmes, but
I promise you there are players out there that you would recognize, names you would recognize that have been offered for that. It's not a matter of, it's not like they're not getting anything. What we don't ever know is what are the Kings turning down?
Mm-hmm.
What are the Kings turning away? And for all we know, it's a lot. Some of the best moves I've ever seen GMs make in retrospect are moves they don't make.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Kings are a shining example of that. Look at the deadline last year.
And we also don't know what's going on with Sasha Vezenkov. Have you noticed that got real quiet?
Well, we do know he was part of a championship game that ended before the fourth quarter because of explosions in the arena. That's about the last we've seen of that. I still think Sasha's coming over. This is just my gut feeling, by the way.
Don't you just think it's kind of interesting that was basically in the news every day for 2 weeks here?
When can he start actually talking with the Kings officially?
I think they already can. I think they already
But
did.
I mean, contractually, I don't think they can. Obviously, I'm sure there's been some.
Pretty sure we're there right now.
Right. I don't know. It's interesting because I think also they want to see what else plays out first.
Right. I find it funny how this business works sometimes, that every day was like a new Sasha Vezenkov update. It came to this fevered pitch, and then you had Mike Brown over there, and then you had this guy over there and that person in the crowd, and then everyone's translating Euro interviews done over there to here. It's like Vezenkov watch. Dun, dun, dun. That was 2 weeks ago. I was for 2 weeks 2 weeks ago. I don't think I've heard Sasha Vezenkov's name in a week. I know we haven't mentioned him. I don't think any other shows.
We talked about him yesterday because there was a report in a European basketball journal that said they think he's coming to Sacramento.
Which is the same report we've seen 50 times.
That's what I'm saying. Again, all indications are he's
it's
going to be a
It's
King.
very much sounding like it was with Bogdan Bogdanović before he came over.
Right, and he eventually came over.
Exactly. So that also may affect what the Kings do or don't, because Vezenkov's going to play that sort of front court role as well.
And ideally off the bench, I think, is probably what they would like him to do. Ideally.
Yeah.
Not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying ideally.
Well, and then it's a matter of, is that what he wants? And he has a little bit of a choice. That's the other thing, is you got to try to, it's not just the money. I mean, obviously if they offered him a ton of money, he'd come over no matter what. But there's also going to be conversations about him wanting to play a certain amount of time or a certain place or whatever. And are the Kings at a point where they say, no promises, you'll earn your spot? No, but there's 2 spots on this team earned, and they are owned by Fox and Sabonis.
And isn't that the fairest way to do it? Isn't that the way you should do it?
I think so.
Because, again, I think Keegan is probably locked in as a starter, especially because they weren't even willing to entertain giving him up for an all-star in Bradley Beal. I would say that, but then you're right. Then that leaves an open spot at the forward spot, that definitely should be up for grabs again, but it depends on who's brought over. Put it this way. I'll give you an example here. If the Kings let's say the Kings sign and trade, whatever, Kyle Kuzma. There's a name, right?
Yes.
I think it should definitely be open for, I don't think the Kings should be guaranteeing Kyle Kuzma a starting spot.
No.
He'll likely end up there already, but.
And I mean, honestly, you can make an argument they shouldn't guarantee Sabonis or Fox's starting spot, but that's just silly, of course. Yes. And by the way, what if one of them's has a nagging injury they're trying to get rid of during training camp? What if one of them has the flu?
There's a ton of different scenarios.
Right. It's like there's no way Fox and Sabonis are not starting, so let's just get that over with. Off topic real quick, since we have a couple minutes, though. Just thought I'd throw this out here. In a surprise to absolutely zero people. Hey, what do you know? A city is being investigated for corruption after being awarded the Olympic Games.
What? No.
Paris investigators searched the Paris Olympic organizers' headquarters on Tuesday as part of corruption investigations into contracts linked to the games.
In France, of all places.
Yeah. This is the third straight time these types of allegations have dogged a Summer Olympics. They busted in there, searched, did the whole raid and all that. This is the second probe of Paris. One was opened in 2017, the other just now. Paris will host the games next summer, I believe. God, really? Next summer's the Olympic Games. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
The summer games.
I can. I think because it was a 21, we had them.
Are you not an Olympics guy?
I used to love the Olympics, man. As a kid, I lived for the Olympics. With the advent of internet, and basically like every promo for the Olympics is tune in to watch such and such win tonight. It's like, why? I already know such and such.
Yeah,
won.
NBC is
probably find it on the internet.
NBC is screwed along with the internet.
Yeah, it's just not exciting to me anymore.
Now, if they're on in our time zone or near it, that's different. Great. But Paris is 8-9 hours away, I believe, ahead of us.
Just again, no.
I love the Olympics. I do. I love the pageantry and then every Olympics, I tell myself I DVR everything. I'm gonna watch everything. I'm gonna do nothing but watch 2 weeks of 24/7 Olympics, and then I don't. Then I just don't like. I think I still have DVR stuff from the Winter Olympics, like just sitting there that I haven't watched.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just the thing. Leftover Olympics is not good to consume.
No, you know what Olympic event I always wanted to enter?
What?
Wing eating.
Really?
I did.
You missed a good one there. Leftover wings to eat. He set you up.
Oh, you know what? I completely did miss that. Sorry.
That's fine.
You know what?
I'll turn my mic off.
Pass one off the back of my head.
Gonna read more on the Zion thing.
Read more about the Zion thing. Yeah.
Zion may be a smart man. But I don't know if he knows what love is.
We'll tell you what that's all about. Along with fire wings. 21 different flavors to choose from. Hey, Edgar Perez on the YouTube chat. You know how I know you're old DVRing sports? Listen, pal. I have this argument with my father all the time. I do not like DVR. I don't DVR sport. Well, I DVR them all, but just for replays. But with the Olympics, you can't watch everything at once. So that way I know if I'm watching the biathlon, and then over there on USA Network is steeplechase. Well, I can pick and choose and not miss anything. So calm down. 21 different flavors to choose from. The problem is I would have never won a wing eating event because I can't eat a lot in one sitting. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm a grazer. But there are 21 different flavors to choose from. That's a gold medal. Locally owned and operated, gold medal. Wing of the year. Flavor, I should say, peanut butter. Go to firewings.com. Find the location nearest you. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you. Fire Wings! Just wing it. Where will Chris Paul end up? I have an idea. We'll tell you in 30 seconds.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Sinking, that's going to get down for a hit. Around third, your score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
I want to stand during the segment, but Jay says I kind of have to lean in. That works, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying physically, I don't know how you're going to feel after doing
I'm
that for
stretching
a while.
right now is what I'm doing. Welcome back. 1-800-920-1140, 916-339-1140 is your text line. That's Nate Littlefield, bobbing his head in the back. Starting to crash a little bit is Nate. I can tell he needs some coffee or something.
Really? Because I feel like his music selection right there was on point.
Why do you think that?
I'm looking in your eyes. I feel like your blinks are a little bit longer than they were an hour ago. Like I feel like
I'm glad you're keeping track of that.
I feel like the initial caffeine or whatever it was is beginning to crash you, and you might need another cup.
I feel like you're projecting.
You don't think you're not feeling a little
Should I
sleepy?
stand up too?
I think you're projecting.
Oh, you think I'm getting tired?
This is why you're standing up, to wake up.
I'd say I don't know. I mean, I'm always tired when I do the show, and it's just because it's inconsistencies of sleeping.
Hey, Nate, same.
Yeah.
What time did you go to bed last night?
Man, I there's a go to bed and fall asleep. You know what I'm saying?
I do. What time did you fall asleep?
I could not tell you, but I think it was after midnight.
What were you watching?
I was trying not to watch, and then you sit there, my mind races, and you're like, why did you say this? It's 14 years ago to this guy, and you think about that all night. And
so you weren't watching anything on TV?
No, I do. I do phone in bed a lot, which is bad.
You do phone in bed, put it on, and then just fall asleep to it, right?
Yeah, I put a headphone in because I have a partner in the bed with me, and I don't want to be rude, so yeah.
So how do you listen?
Just one earbud.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
My wife has a headband. She has a headband and it's got little pockets that have little speakers,
nice
Bluetooth speakers.
I'm sure those are kind of loud. Do you hear that?
No, because they're focused right in on her ear. My point is this: public service announcement, everybody.
All right.
Don't fall asleep watching television. It's one of the worst things people do.
Yeah.
Because you don't get the sleep you want.
Mm-hmm.
And then you wake up and you're Mr. Cranky Pants all day like my wife is.
What I was watching too, I think, fueled nightmares I had last night.
Let me ask you this. Were you watching the Phoenix Suns from last year and Chris Paul's performance in the playoffs?
Look at you. You didn't even need me to help you.
You got me.
What were you watching? It's okay.
No, well, Jay wants to get on. We should get on track.
Okay. Well, now I'm going to wonder the whole time what you were watching, though.
Just you ask him in the break.
Well, then everybody else and then the audience
they
is going to be wondering.
Care.
1-800-920-1140.
1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you care? Chris Paul is a wizard, Harry. But the Wizards have also said they'll do what they can to send him
Wizards legend Chris Paul.
Yeah. They'll do what they can to send him to a contender. But that contender is going to need pony up a little bit of cash, if you will. So the question there is, what team is willing to pony up the cash for Chris Paul? Is he worth it? Because I'll tell you what, if you look at teams by record that Chris Paul has played for, oh boy, is he worth it.
Yeah, no, he tends to make teams better, both on the court and off the court, actually.
He is owed $30.8 million this coming season to match the $30.8 million for the season after. I mean, come on. Like, he's not going to be contending in Washington, and I think at this point in his career, he doesn't want any part of that. I asked this earlier. It's got to be the Lakers, right?
I mean, I think the Lakers are always a prime candidate, but you also hear the Warriors have made calls. I just wonder, because to me, if he's in Golden State, that's a bench role.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
But if Chris Paul felt a situation, I guess I'm just wondering this. If he knows the best situation to win a title is with a team where he's coming off the bench, Does he take it at this point? No, really? You do think the ego's too big?
I don't know that he knows that. I don't know that he believes
What
that.
I'm saying that Chris Paul should be able to have the realization of like, okay, where's my best chance to win a title? Like, I think he knows that much. But again, if it's in a bench role, do you think he can put his ego aside and say like, all right, I'll come off the bench in Denver just for sake of argument? I don't think that would ever happen, but.
But can I just say for the record that at 37 years old, that he averaged 14 points, 9 assists, 4.5 rebounds, while shooting a not that great 44%, but 37.5% from behind the arc, which is at least tolerable. 1.5 steals. I mean, are we treating Chris Paul a little too old?
I think really what it comes down to is his contract, right?
Yeah.
Because those are not.
The fact that he's hurt all the time.
He's hurt all the time, and those numbers combined with that don't exactly pencil out to paying a man $30.8 million a year.
No. It would have to be some sort of a thing where I don't know if could Washington release him?
I mean, remember, he does have a partial guarantee, so what Washington could do is just not guarantee his deal. They'll be on the hook for, I think, $15 million.
Yeah.
But then he's clear to sign wherever.
I think it's the Lakers.
Again, I cannot make a great argument against that.
All right, let's switch it up. Hey, Rob, how are you? You're on with Dave and Jay.
Yo, Dave, what's happening, my man?
What's up, brother?
I just wanted to let you know I went to the golf tournament this weekend, U.S. Open in Beverly Hills. Yeah, it was the first golf tourney I ever attended, and it was very interesting. I had a good time. We followed Rory, Scotty, Ricky Fowler, and Wyndham Clark. The shot Wyndham Clark hit on the 17th to the green was pretty amazing, and we just had a good time. So I know you talked about a little bit that course and things, so I chance to get to it this weekend, and it was a blast.
Well, let me ask you a couple things. First off, that's awesome. Secondly, was it difficult getting tickets? Because it sounded like that was my issue was never with the course, the city, the anything. My issue was the way the USGA painted it, and you had members snatching up so many of the limited amounts of tickets that the atmosphere really until the last few holes of the day on Sunday, it just wasn't your typical U.S. Open atmosphere. So did you have issues getting your tickets?
Sir, I would agree with you. It was a really different atmosphere. You know what? To be honest, my son got me tickets for Father's Day.
Gotcha. Wow.
Father's Day. Yeah. So I'm not sure exactly how it was getting the tickets, but we did go up to the suite, all the chalets, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
There and after the tourney, and got a lot of swag. There was a lot left over. So, but hey, it was a different atmosphere. You couldn't really, they didn't have the fans like around the greens. And so walking with them and trying to watch was kind of difficult, but, we had a good time. All the great golfers were there. It was nice to see all that. So, and the course was in a pretty amazing place right there in Beverly Hills. So a lot of money there. A lot of money. Those golfers are treated very well.
That's awesome to hear, Rob. And the fact that your son got you the tickets, that makes me feel very inadequate as a son. Fun note about Los Angeles Country Club. It is the second most expensive piece of land in America behind Central Park. It's valued at, I believe, $8 to $10 billion. And because of an interesting, I think we might have read this on the air the other day, because of an interesting loophole, they only pay like $200,000 or something like that in property taxes every year because the tax is frozen. But it was interesting watching, and all of a sudden you hear the golf announcers. These are golf announcers going, "Hey," and there you see in the background off of hole 4 the Playboy Mansion, which is under renovation right now. And then they showed the Playboy Mansion had all kinds of bars and stuff on it to try to figure it out. I did not know the Playboy Mansion was right there. Imagine that, right there on the golf course.
Imagine that.
Hey, you get off the hole at par at the 4th and go. Never mind.
Pay your respects to
Pay
you.
your respects to you. We'll take a break to Old Half. When we come back, Bradley Beal is now a Sun, but the Kings were a finalist. Why did they not pull the trigger? We'll do our best to tell you after this.
Need your Niners fix? Sactown Sports has you covered.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I think Trey looks significantly better than he did last year. I really do. I think his confidence is there. I think that he's throwing really good passes. I mean, just watching him, he just looks so much more comfortable and confident in the pocket, and I really appreciate that from him, from all the work that he's put into it. He just looks like he's having fun, because when he's out there having a good time, it definitely brings up everyone around him.
Get all your 49ers coverage leading into the 2023 season at Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Valley Strong Credit Union.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're off to a cool start as we kick off your Tuesday. You may want to layer for the next couple of hours, but into the afternoon, bright sunshine ahead, less wind and highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, capital, and everything in between. Learn about all the benefits of being a business banking member at valleystrong.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-330-1991. That's 1-800-330-1991. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-330-1991. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
The City of Sacramento offers rebates to help with your outdoor water saving projects this season. Rebates are available for landscape conversions, smart controllers, and irrigation upgrades that improve your water efficiency. Learn more at sacwaterwise.com.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for all your favorite models at low prices and payments, plus low finance rates and zero down deals with approved credit. Go see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia right here in Sacramento for over 20 years.
What would it take for a plumbing company to earn your trust? Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And let's face it, plumbing and service companies don't always have the best reputation.
So to earn your trust, the first thing they'd have to do is actually answer the phone when you call with a real live person. Then they'd have to send a plumber when you needed them, day or night, without charging extra for emergency services.
A trustworthy plumber would show up on time, wearing a clean uniform and name badge, and be able to show that they had passed a background check and drug test.
A plumber you could trust would give you a firm quote on the job before starting and clean up after they finish the job.
That's exactly the plumber you'll get when you call Bell Brothers, a plumber you can trust. Call Bell Brothers right now for all your plumbing needs. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Guys, did you know that June is Men's Health Month? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your hormones are serious business, and most men start to see changes in their hormone levels starting in their 30s. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Get your T levels checked today by a local, experienced, and trusted healthcare professional. Revive Men's Health has successfully helped thousands of men since 2011. Experience and results matter. So, what are you waiting for? Call Revive today to schedule your free testosterone test and free exam. We know we can help you. We guarantee it. Celebrate Men's Health Month. Get your free T-level test and save $199. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. We had a massive trade in the NBA this holiday weekend. Bradley Beal is heading to Phoenix to team up with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Along with Beal, the Suns get Jordan Goodwin and Isaiah Todd. In return, the Wizards receive Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Also famous podcaster and basketball player Draymond Green is now an unrestricted free agent. His future is unknown at this time. And in NFL news, future Hall of Famer J.J. Watt is considering taking a part-time TV gig with CBS. The assumption as of right now is that he would be a color commentator. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. But today we have special guest host, JayMarZZ.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Hey, I'm getting props for being interactive with the commenters, from the commenters.
Look at you, a man of the people.
Which is funny, only in the sense that Jay often will yell at me for interacting with the commenters.
It's not that I yell at you for interacting. It's when they bring you into their rabbit hole, and it's like I have to go swim and get you out of it.
I want to swim with them.
Yeah, but sometimes that's not best for us. We drown.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bradley Beal is now drowning in the Valley of the Sun, as he is. Hey, is that Chris? Hey, welcome back. All right, good to see you. Mr. Rolland's back, everybody.
He said hi in the most nice.
He really did. Chris always believed. You know, he said it from day one. I'm number one, and I believe that. Yeah, it's a good going down the rabbit hole again. Now I saw Chris's little gel-filled hair in the background, and thought it was good to have him back. Bradley Beal is a son. This is, I don't mean that like he's somebody's son.
I was going to say, well, yes,
he's a Phoenix son. This was one of those things where, like, I understand, especially it's nice to be mentioned in the running, that the thought was, wow, we could have Bradley Beal. Why would we not want Bradley Beal? He's a really good all-star level player. Why would you not want an all-star level player? And then I remember saying something. It wasn't like the whole second-round pick, James Harden wouldn't do the deal thing. I really do like Bradley Beal. I think the Suns' starting lineup is probably going to be the best starting lineup in the NBA when they play, if they all play together.
Also, Phoenix Suns bench might be the worst in the NBA.
I mean, honest to goodness, you might be leaving the show to go do something off the bench for the Phoenix Suns.
I know. I've already been in talks.
They got nothing. And that was my thing about not wanting Bradley Beal. Now, even when you look at what they gave up, I'm talking about what Phoenix did to give it was what? Landry Shamet and some second-round picks and
some swaps.
Wasn't there another player in there too, or no?
Yeah, it was Goodwin and Isaiah Todd.
Right. So
some big names.
Effectively, you probably could have had Bradley Beal for like Rashawn Holmes,
Davion.
Yeah, you easily could have had Bradley Beal for Davion and Rashawn Holmes, and then a couple second rounders and all that. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's just how you make the salaries work, because
Bradley Beal
makes $46.5 million this year.
That's the issue. So now you either have to try to play. Somebody's playing the three there. You just added a ton of offense, but then what do you do? Wait, hold on a second. No, Chris Paul was in the trade too. We forgot about him.
I thought that was assumed.
Yeah. So, no, that means
because Chris Paul is essentially salary filler.
So it would have had to have been something Barnes related.
Yeah, and then I doubt Harrison Barnes is super excited for a sign and trade to Washington.
Probably not.
Never happens.
But he would be if it was a sign and trade for 1 year at $33 million.
Yeah, no, if he's getting a payday, sure.
I think if we were sitting here today and Bradley Beal was a King for something like that, you're not giving up Keegan, DeMontis.
You're not giving up really any of your core.
We'd be sitting here right now going, hey, great deal, Kings, in a sense, but also it better work. Now, I actually think that would have been I think that trade would have made the Kings better than it does the Suns, because the Kings still have some rotational players to add in. They have a deeper bench than Phoenix does.
Right.
But that's it. I think if we made that trade, we'd be looking at the next 3 years of being Western Conference Finals contenders.
Okay, so and I agree with you, by the way. So you don't really buy into any sort of idea that that's a championship team.
Nope.
That team is challenging Denver next year.
Nope. That's a really, really good, if not historically good, offensive team with very, very, very little defense. And not that Beal's I think Beal's defense would actually fit in really well on the team, where we look at pretty much every player on the team and go, you know what? For stretches, they look like they could be a good defender.
Mm-hmm.
They can play good defense, but again, it's always stretches. It's never consistent and over time. So you'd be adding something, it'd be like a team full of, hey, here's a batch of Nestle Toll House Fresh cookies.
Yep.
There's a banana split. Here's a milkshake. Here's some of those chocolate truffles. And we just acquired a case of C's candies. That doesn't mean C's candies aren't fantastic and yummy in a vacuum. But you don't need them. What you need, if you have all of that already, is, well, first off, probably insulin. but secondly, you need something to fill the hole. And that's not Bradley Beal on this squad, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand. I also look at the idea that, like, Bradley Beal is really good, and I think that's gotten lost on people.
He is really good.
And, if you're telling me you're a Western Conference contender, I feel like Western Conference title contender, I feel like you also have to work in, like, okay, there is also a chance this team, if everything goes right, could win a title. You factor in that you think Monty McNair is smart enough that he knows how to put the right guys around them at the cost that he would have to do it. So do factor that stuff in. The part that I think the biggest part is it's one of two things. Number one, Bradley Beal just basically said, I'm going to Phoenix, so everyone else is screwed. It didn't matter what the Kings offered at that point. But the big thing to me that stuck out in this whole trade was that they weren't willing to give up Keegan Murray for a bona fide all-star.
Yeah.
And that says a lot because, number one, we know Monty McNair has no sort of issue giving up a young guy for, again, an all-star. Right. We know that's not a thing. So if he's like, nah, we're not including Keegan Murray for Bradley Beal, and I trust this Kings front office.
Sure.
It really, really got me even more excited than I already was for the trajectory of Keegan Murray. That's really what I've gotten out of this.
Let me ask you this. Is it fair to say that with every year that passes, this iteration of a Phoenix Suns team has less and less of a chance to win?
Absolutely.
Because they age.
Age and injury.
And we also know that historically speaking, the Phoenix Suns have zero chance of winning an NBA title next year.
Yeah, historically speaking, I'll give you that.
When was the last time a super team, meaning a team of 3 all-stars or more, and maybe I'm forgetting a recent example, I don't think I am, won a championship that first year?
Nah, there's none.
And you had
I think the Heat were the closest thing they got to the finals.
Sure. Now you had Kevin Durant join the Warriors. Okay.
That didn't count. They already had a super
They already
team.
had it. They were 73-9 the year before.
And one went away from the NBA title.
I believe the Lakers over the Heat, the bubble title, that was second year for LeBron, correct?
Second year for LeBron, first year of AD and LeBron. But again, I don't really even consider that a super team. There was no third superstar on that team.
Nuggets aren't a super team. Warriors are a homegrown team, not a super team. Bucks, not a super team. Raptors,
nah,
not a super team. They just added Kawhi. Then you had the Warriors before that, the Cavs before that. Spurs. Now, the Heat, for example, in 2012, you might go, okay, but remember, they lost to the Mavericks in 2011. That was the first year of the super team.
And then Kyrie, LeBron, and Kevin Love lost their first year together.
That's
now,
right.
In the finals, Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving were hurt. That could have turned out completely different.
Sure.
That might have been the one example.
It might have been.
It's an unknown because Kyrie and Kevin Love are hurt in the finals.
And shockingly, I would be, it's not, I will say this, not impossible that one or more Phoenix Suns are hurt during the playoffs next year. Just throwing it out there.
I would see that and say it's probable.
Let me ask you this: of Beal, Booker, Durant, and Ayton, assuming he's still a Sun next year. If I set the over-under at 40 games that they all play together, What are you taking?
All four.
All four over under 40 games next year, not counting playoffs.
I'll take the under.
I'm probably taking the under, not by much, but I would take the under.
Would we agree that somewhere between 40 and 45 is probably the over under? That's the number?
It should be.
Okay, that's a problem.
I mean, Beal played 50 games last year. I don't think Durant hit 50 last year.
So there's part of my problem is that Phoenix, if we can all come together and say it would set a historical precedent for them to win a title next year, that means, okay, but then the following year, they're all going to be a year older.
So Durant played 47 last year.
Okay.
I think Beal played 50. I got to
I
check
think Beal did play 50.
Booker, I think, might have been 50 as well.
He missed a bunch of games.
And then I'm not sure. I know Ayton missed some time last year.
But I think he played.
Booker played 53.
Yeah. Beal played 50. You said Durant played what?
47.
Okay, so but
we're averaging 50 right now.
Right, and remember, by the way, just because they played a game doesn't mean they all played together.
Right, and then Ayton played in 67.
Yeah. There's I think 40's your over under. They don't do that. They don't win next year. They're going to be even older the following year. We'll take a break. When we come back, who's hot, who's not. We got to go streaking and so much more. We wrap that streak up from the weekend, see how we did, and push on forward for the final hour next.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Saturday, August 5th, Gold Country Casino Resort presents America live in concert. August 5th at 8 p.m. America, Saturday, August 5th at Gold Country Casino Resort in Oroville. Get your tickets now at goldcountrycasino.com. Only at
Gold Country Casino Resort.
Must be 21 or older.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. It's Ram season, Chad. What's going on at Hoblet?
We have some of the biggest savings of the year on new 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s with over $11,000 off MSRP. Or if you're worried about interest rates going up, save $6,000 off MSRP plus get financing as low as 2.9% for 72 months. And remember, Hoblet is California's #1 Ram truck dealer and has the best selection and deals on HD Rams too.
Hey, that's some pretty great savings, but why drive all the way to Hoblet?
We have no surprise fees, add-ons, or dealer markups, just savings. One of the many reasons we received the Walter P. Chrysler Award for outstanding customer service for 3 years in a row now. Plus, with Hoblet's Peace of Mind guarantee, you can buy with confidence.
Stop by their Hoblet Ram Truck Center for a test drive today, or search, select, and save through the whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
11,000 total net savings after 5091 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discounts. 5091 factory rebates in lieu of 2.9% APR for 72 months on approved credit through Chrysler Capital. Must have 700 plus FICO score to qualify. 1516 per thousand borrowed. 5 at each net savings. Sample VIN 622619.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who is hot?
Who's hot?
Yeah, that's what I just asked. Like, literally. It's like, hey, who's hot?
You did ask it
Did
like
you
that.
need me to use it in the form of a sentence?
Who's hot? Forrest Gump, not Jenny. No, just
Jenny,
kidding.
no,
Just kidding.
don't do that.
Yeah, because I totally should get on a rabbit hole of that again.
Yeah.
Who is hot?
We're going to go with Devin Booker.
Devin Booker.
And I don't know. I mean, again, it's hard to keep track of what you guys do on this show when I'm a sub. But in 2018, he had a quote, and I'm sure you guys have seen this. He said, "I'd like to build a super team. I'd like the super team to come to me." He got his wish.
He got his wish.
He
Devin
got
Booker
his
got
wish.
his super team. Hey,
Congratulations.
Here's Bradley
Devin.
Beal. Here's Kevin Durant, and now you. And okay, DeAndre Ayton, I guess. Do we count DeAndre Ayton in that?
Sure.
I feel like it's kind of what happened when KD went to the Warriors, except not as good. Basically, the super team is Thompson, Curry, and Durant, and then Draymond's like the greatest +1 ever.
Down there, yeah.
And I feel like Ayton's the +1, nowhere near the level of Draymond.
I got another. Well, hold on. I got one more little stat too. I'm just seeing this right now. The salaries of Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and DeAndre Ayton is $164 million. That payroll is $20 million more than guess which NFL team?
The Jaguars? No.
You got a guess, Jay?
The Bills.
The Bears.
That's close. I had to
Yeah,
be.
yeah. I thought you were about to get it. So that's a fun little stat.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Also could probably beat the Bears at football.
Let me ask you guys a quick question. I want you to tell me if this player next year, in your mind, like if you had this player and Bradley Beal as guys in the playground that you were picking to be on your NBA team for next year only, who would you pick? Would you pick Bradley Beal or Steph Curry?
Steph Curry? Yeah, obviously, right? Like, okay.
A little hesitation.
Oh, I just didn't know if this was like
right.
bait or something.
Bradley Beal or Kevin Durant?
Durant.
Okay. Bradley Beal or LeBron James?
LeBron.
Okay, I 100% agree with all of you and every one of your picks. So I'm going to say the following statement. You tell me I'm wrong. Bradley Beal has the worst contract in the NBA next year. John Wall's $47.3 million off the books. Russell Westbrook's $47.08 million off the books, which means that the fourth highest paid player in the NBA will be Bradley Beal, with only Kevin Durant, LeBron James, and Steph Curry ahead of him. Now, that doesn't mean that per capita there's not somebody below him that's worse. But guys,
that just means Bradley Beal's the greatest hustler in NBA
good,
history.
and good for him. But Bradley Beal now officially has the worst contract in the NBA, and there were some people that wanted the Kings to acquire it. Yeah, no, thank you. Who's not?
Who's not? So
Bradley, no,
he's very high.
Yeah,
Are you
no,
kidding me?
he's in a good place.
Yeah.
We're gonna. I don't know if I can't. I'm just not gonna say the name of this band, but their drummer died. I'll play their song, and I'm sure you'll know who it is.
Okay.
I don't know if the FCC is cool with me
With
saying
them saying the Butthole Surfers?
Yeah. Okay. There you go. I just didn't. You don't take the risk.
That's the name of the band.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. He passed away. So big shout out to Teresa Taylor, or she. Excuse me.
Wow.
Jeez. Sorry.
I have no idea what we're talking about anymore.
The name of the band.
I heard the name.
Now, the fact that
Do you not know this song, Jay?
No.
he might know the hook.
Really?
I'm saying he might know the hook.
Yeah.
I know the song.
Yeah.
The fact, though, that you are, for who's not,
Okay. All right.
including
There
a
you go.
drummer who passed away from a semi-obscure, let's call them alternative band from the 90s, is a little field production right there.
It's certainly a choice.
Not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, like, you are the only one that would, like, oh, hey, you know what? The drummer from the Butthole Surfers passed away.
Yeah.
That's who's not. Generally, friend, we make it about sports for the most part.
I've heard no sports sometimes.
But I would
From who?
say
I've just heard it.
Okay.
The folks on the text line really want me to, for example, they really want, I've been being asked by multiple people today to talk about the submarine that is with the people on it. I don't know if you've heard this story, not found. There is a submarine that you pay $250,000 to board that goes and looks at the wreckage of the Titanic. Well, they've lost the submarine while looking at the wreckage of the Titanic. And let me tell you something, although I really hope I'm wrong, generally when things like this happen, you don't find them in a good position.
No.
Now, please understand, when I say submarine, I'm being very, very, very complimentary. This is CBS. I believe it was CBS Sunday Morning did a show on the episode on this thing a couple years ago. How these rich people pay $250,000 to be submerged in the submarine, and like the guy who runs it is like, yeah, we got this thing put together with duct tape, and the whole thing. I promise you, I'm not joking, is operated by what I believe is an alternate Nintendo 64 controller.
Mm. One of the worst controllers too. Yeah. That and the Atari Jaguar, terrible controllers.
How do you even remember?
The Atari 7200, I think, had a really horrible controller too.
Yeah, it's yeah, dude. So anyway, you guys, Jay, do you recognize this controller?
That looks like a PS2.
Oh, okay,
PS2, yeah.
It's the colored buttons that
like
threw
a
me
bootleg
off.
one.
Like that's so. This is real.
You thought I was joking?
Yeah, I did. I thought you were making a little quip.
A submersible went missing in the North Atlantic Ocean on Sunday. The Sun is operated by a private company called Ocean Gate. It's a tourist expedition. 5 people are reported aboard the sub, including Ocean Gate CEO Stockton Rush, which I thought used to be a hockey team.
Stockton Rush.
Great name.
The vessel named Titan was basically cobbled together, though it's a apparently luxury vessel. It's the size of you have about as much room for 5 people as you would in a minivan. That's how big it is. This is not big whatsoever. And before signing what appears to be a waiver, there is a line of the document stating, an experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. That sub is currently missing right now. The fact that neither of you have heard this is actually a little bit surprising to me, especially you, Jay.
I like how you used me as a scapegoat to tell this story.
See how I did that?
I 100% saw how it happened.
Yeah, well, you did. I'm just actually impressed you picked up on it.
Yeah.
Can we go streaking?
Please.
I think it's about time, huh?
Hey, oh, wow.
It's time to go streaking.
Jay doesn't care about drowning people. Sweet.
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
We're streaking.
Yeah, we are.
Did you say Choose Your Own Fate?
Yeah.
Was that like those Choose Your Own Adventure books? Did you ever read
pretty
those?
much.
Actually, what happened to those?
I'm going to go investigate the Titanic in a submarine. What could possibly go wrong?
Those are good.
Those were good. JayMarZZ.
Hey, all right. We are back to doing the streaks.
Yeah. Did we survive the weekend is what we want to know.
Well, David, let's start with
I don't like how you're all excited about it.
You decided to pick Andrew Ben in 10 days.
Yeah, for the second straight time. Because
Right. He's playing in the Mariners. Mariners beat the White Sox 3-2 that night.
But
Go ahead. Andrew Ben in 10 day. Hitting second, got a hit.
Hey, you fooled me there with the way you delivered all of that.
Yeah,
yes.
no, it's call that a swerve.
I believe that is 3 in a row now. That is officially a streak.
Well, I'm looking to get to a streak. I was at when I chose Chicago's Ian Happ.
Ian
Happ did not start for the Cubs, but Ian Happ did pinch hits.
And
gotta hit that pitch, hit it back.
It should almost count as 2 games.
I really feel that way. Jason Ross been on quite the streak, looking to get back to 10. 4-game streak.
Yeah.
He looked to the Cleveland Guardians. And he looked to Josh Naylor.
Josh Naylor rhymes with Taylor.
Their cleanup hitter.
Yeah.
First baseman. Nate hit that sweet sounder for Jason Ross.
Poor Jason.
Let him have it.
This is that's really hard for Jason.
As we all vamp because Nate didn't have it
so
ready.
sad.
Gosh, it's terrible for Jason.
It's over, ladies and gentlemen.
Jason will text me his pick later. But yeah, back to 0 goes Jason.
Well, you know what? Time to pick our so I actually currently have the longest active streak on the program.
This is factual.
Yeah.
Wait, don't we have some weird little strung together thing of the subs?
You have your bootleg streak.
I had Brent Rooker from the A's.
Yeah, he didn't get a hit.
Oh, wait, you were in on this one?
He was
hold
He
on.
was 0 of 8.
Wait a minute.
Oh for Nate.
Wait a minute. Did Nate keep the trio
That'd be
streak
9.
alive?
That'd be 9. That'd be 9.
That would have been Friday. By the way, A's 0-5 since the
since
the thing with the thing.
The way it goes.
Oh, Nate, Brent Rooker hitting third. 4 ABs. Hit that music for you and your squad, buddy.
I don't want to.
You get to.
Yeah, go ahead. Hit it. Boo. Sorry. It's over. Yeah.
It's over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, buddy.
Wow.
There can only be one.
You should have not said anything. You
I
would
know
have
you
been
would
good.
have had it. What was that streak up to? Like 9?
That would have been 9.
Oh, wow.
That would have
And
been 9.
you killed it for every. That was like a combined no hitter.
Yep.
And you're the reliever that came in and gave up a jack.
You think Kyle's going to be mad at me?
I know he will be.
Oh, man.
I know he will be.
Shoot.
Not to get religious, but I'm going to do it again. Let's go with Christian Yelich.
All right.
Milwaukee Brewers.
Christian Yelich guy. Nate, go ahead. Pick a baseball player.
Again, pronunciation. I'm going to need some help.
Oh, please.
He plays for Tampa Bay.
Yeah. What's his name?
Randy.
Oh, don't. Wait, I don't know this player. Do your best.
Jay, do you know?
He
I
doesn't-
know.
No, he doesn't
Jay.
know. He doesn't know either.
Oh, he
You
doesn't
don't know.
know. He
Do your
doesn't know.
best.
Okay, he
I
doesn't
want to hear. This is going to be good. Randy.
Arrows Arena?
That
Close
he
enough.
actually nailed it.
A
Yes,
Rose Arena.
A Rose Arena.
I just my cadence was off.
A Rose
Your
Arena.
cadence was off.
Was it not?
That's just not the only thing that's off.
Randy A Rose
on.
Arena.
This is as on as I get.
A
Is it?
Rose Arena.
Yeah.
It's as on as he gets.
I'm
Dave,
on,
your thoughts.
I'm on right now.
Yeah. Jay, your player.
I just.
A Rose Arena.
Just move it. Yes, I'm doing it. Gross. Yuck. Yastrzemski.
Oh, walk off Yastrzemski?
Yeah.
Oh.
Walk off San Francisco Giant, the unsuspected stranger. Let's go to break.
You mean
That feels
this guy?
gross.
Here's the 3-1 on the way. Yaz blast one, deep right field. It is gone into the water. A walk-off splash hit.
Calm down, Dave Fleming. Jeez.
That was a good call.
I agree. Actually, that's the first time I've heard it. It's not the Dwayne Kuiper call, whose is, but it's a very good call. Dave Fleming's a very talented young man.
Audibly, it was a good call.
We'll take a break. When we come back, Harrison Barnes, speaking of, not one, but 2 teams reportedly interested in signing Harrison. Could the Kings take advantage of it? We'll tell you next.
It was an amazing season for the Sacramento Kings. The coach of the year.
These honors don't come around often, and so you're very appreciative of them.
The clutch player of the year.
Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
And a return to the playoffs for the first time in 17 years.
16 seasons of frustration. Sacramento has clinched the playoffs.
Keep it on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com for all your Kings off-season news.
All new spring deals are here at Lowe's. Start planting your garden this weekend with Bonnie 11.8-ounce vegetables. Buy 4 for $10. Plus, liven up your patios and decks with fresh blooms. Select 1.5-gallon hanging baskets or 2 for $20. Lowe's knows spring. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 5/17. In-store only. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Get to Acura of Stockton, where precision-crafted performance is at your fingertips. Elevate your driving experience with a vehicle that's built to impress. Acura of Stockton has a great selection of new Acuras and customer service that will exceed your expectations. And right now, lease a new Acura TLX, MDX, or Integra with low lease rates available. Take luxury to a whole new level in a new Acura from Acura of Stockton. See all our inventory and specials at AcuraofStockton.com.
Pain is not normal. Repeat, pain is not normal. Greetings, Sacramento. Doug Christie here with the Good Feet store. Does this sound familiar? It's the end of the workday and the pain in your feet, knees, hips, or back is unrelenting. Good Feet understands that you've likely already tried assorted remedies and solutions with no relief. And now you're pretty much resigned to living with the pain. But do not give in to the pain. Instead, come to the Good Feet store for their end-to-end 3-step arch support system. Good Feet is the nation's largest manufacturer and retailer of personalized arch supports. With arch supports in over 300 sizes, styles, and flexibilities, and an arch support specialist in each store. Come in today for a free, no-obligation arch support fitting, then take them for a test walk around the store or around the center. Experience the comfort, balance, and support possible with the Good Feet system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now in Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Do you have any superstitions on the golf course? You know, most players have some. Links Golf Magazine offers a few. Never tee off in front of someone who just made a birdie. That's sure to incur the wrath of the golf gods. What's your lucky ball marker? Maybe a quarter with your birth year? Never carry an extra ball in your pocket, and never use a ball you deem a water ball on a par 3 with a water hazard. There's a reason they're called water balls. And never use a ball found during a round. Using it the same day is bad karma. And if there's an unbroken tee on the tee box, another golfer left it behind for good reason. Speaking of tees, according to the late Tony Lima, white tees suffered from commonness and can be bad luck. Lee Trevino never used yellow. Other colors are acceptable except pink unless you're Paula Kramer. If you're in the middle of a career round, don't go near the ball washer. You might wash away the ball's magical awesomeness. And never talk to your competitor's ball in flight, yelling, hook, carry, get down, or hit a house. It'll come back to haunt you. Kind of makes you feel normal, huh? That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Oakland A's every weekend.
And it's swung on line to left center, base hit, and the A's have won it on a walk-off line drive, base hit to left center.
Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines. I'm Nate Littlefield. These are your Sactown Sports headlines. There was a massive trade in the NBA last weekend. Bradley Beal is heading to Phoenix to team up with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. In return, the Wizards are getting Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Famous podcaster and basketball player Draymond Green is now an unrestricted free agent. His future is currently unknown at this time. And in NFL news, future Hall of Famer J.J. Watt is considering taking a part-time TV gig with CBS. The assumption, as of right now, is that he would be a color commentator. Those are the headlines. Let's finally do the last hour of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross with special guest host JayMarZZ.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
I was surprised, too. I found out on the plane yesterday flying here. Because, you know, in this league, anything can happen. So you just figure out what's next.
You literally found out on the plane.
Absolutely.
Wow. What was your first reaction?
Don't push him any further. He's trying to be nice about it.
Yeah, he is. Right?
Yeah. What's happening?
That is Chris Paul. Just real quick before we get to Harrison Barnes. What is Chris Paul's post-NBA career going to be?
State Farm.
He's obviously incredibly charismatic. Love him or hate him.
It's not coaching, right? Didn't we talk about this?
I don't think it'll be coaching.
Yeah.
Although I could see him being a very good coach. He's an incredibly intelligent
You
point
think he'd be a better
Analyst.
GM, I don't know.
Analyst.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of where it is? Analyst?
It's where it is, but it's
He'll be
like
in front of a camera. That's how I feel. Put it that way.
There's no denying his charisma, and generally it doesn't matter how people were when they played. When they're done, I don't know, guys. It just got me thinking that between Vince Carter, Draymond Green, as like Chris Paul, and you already really see Richard Jefferson and a few others. Sometimes I often think about Jason Williams, not that one, but not that one either, but the one that's on TV. The number 2 pick out of Duke, whose career was
That's Jay Williams.
Or Jay Williams, excuse me. But he was Jason when he got drafted. That's why I always call him that. His career was done, and yet he's managed to make a really good career out of what was left over. It's just interesting to think about.
Dan Orlovsky's one of those guys too.
Absolutely. Well, Pat McAfee is a guy that was a punter.
Yeah, but he had something about people knew him for. He was like the first punter to be on the map, right?
Ray Guy on line 3, bro.
Yeah, but like borderline celebrity. Like people knew Pat McAfee.
He obviously had charisma. Level. I don't think anybody expected him to be signing $100 million deals to do his shows.
Well, he would kick punts and then do the Conor McGregor walk before Conor McGregor did it, and he would lay out kick returners and stuff. Like, I don't know. He's cool. And then he told that story about Palomalu, and I don't know why I'm getting so passionate.
You are really,
really on this. I don't care.
So Harrison Barnes is another guy who
used to be a punter.
And his post basketball career, I think, is going to look a lot different than it does.
What did he say? Stocks? That's what he's going to be doing. Banker. Stocks.
He looks
money.
Harrison put those little like rimmed glasses on him. He already wears the beautiful suits.
How has banker not kind of been like a nickname that's been workshopped?
The banker for Harrison Barnes. I don't know why
he doesn't hit backboard shot. I think people would make that correlation.
Like that he hits it off the bank.
Yeah. I mean, he should be a personal trainer. His traps are so big. I admire that so much about HB.
Sure.
Like,
okay.
Never heard that. I'm not even making
every time I look at him, I'm just like, his traps are huge.
I'm not even making fun of you. It's just it's like
Nate, I gotta say this, you're winning the show today.
Yeah, it's like Baxter and a wheel of cheese. Like, I'm not even mad. You ate the whole thing. It's just I've never heard anyone. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say anything about any basketball player and be like, his traps are huge.
If I ever get to see him again in my life, I'm going to ask him about his traps.
Yeah. Why didn't you ask him the first time?
Because I was scared.
Yeah, exactly. Can't be joking. Come on, he's a good guy. What does the contract look like for Harrison Traps Barnes right now?
You know, this is a figure I've been wrestling around with for a while. He made 18 mil last year, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he gets that.
I agree with you.
I feel like the range is lowest 10, which I don't think will happen. Tops 15.
I think 3 years, 45, 2 years,
30.
Maybe
a team option in year 3, if on a third year. I think it's between 12.5 and 15.
I
think that's the number.
I think a lot of that is because threes are just so scarce right now. Wing guys are so in need. And again, he is an average wing player, who adds a ton of intangible.
Average wing players at this point, like you said, because of the market, are in demand.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, the Mavs apparently are interested in bringing him back. The Pacers. That one I was like, oh, okay.
Why?
There's obvious connections there with Buddy and Tyrese.
Yeah.
And that is a team that I think does want to make another leap next year into, starting to contend for play-in / playoff positioning.
Did for most of the season last year.
Yeah, and it's a veteran presence on the wing. He's steady. And here's the thing about Harrison Barnes. He plays. We've gone through a list of stars this morning that all have that injury risk attached to them. Yeah. That's never really been too much of a concern with Harrison over his career.
Interesting. Well, let me just see. Let me see if this would work. Nope, that doesn't work. I think I might actually. I think Harrison Barnes would fit really well in Indiana, if I'm being honest.
And just as a point of reference, the last 2 years, 82 games, 77 games.
Oh, for Harrison?
Yeah. He's only had 1 year in his career, and that was in 21. He played 58. But these are Harrison Barnes since his rookie year in 2012, 2013, 81, 78, 82, 66, 79, 77, 72, 58, 77, 82.
Well, what's interesting is this actually works by the numbers. If you traded Harrison Barnes at, even if you pushed him up to around $18 million a year, and you brought back the center, Daniel Tice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ben Mathurin and Tyrese Halliburton. That all works out. And I'm just, who says no?
Well, let's look at the projections there. I think that Hollinger's analysis has the Kings at +6, so that's good.
It's a good trade for the Kings.
This is where you might get a little pushback from Indy. Their analysis, is -12.
So they're saying +6 wins for the Kings, -12 for
Might be a little one-sided.
Can I just add this? That last year
that you can't.
They didn't have the Kings winning that many games with this analysis, so they might be wrong.
Okay.
But maybe Indiana doesn't want to trade Tyrese Halliburton and Benedict Mathurin for
I think that would definitely be something they would be opposed to, but that's just me speaking as a fan.
On a scale from 0 to 100%, 100% being I guarantee it, how certain are you that Harrison Barnes will not be a Sacramento King next year?
50-50 at this point. To me, it's a coin flip.
Really?
It's a coin flip.
God, I think it's like 85% he's gone.
Wow. No, I look at it as a coin flip, man. It just all kind of depends on what the market is. Not just for Harrison, but also, okay, well, what are the Kings looking to do? Because, you hear these names that they're attached to, but at this point, it's all rumors. You hear the Kings attached to several names every year, but again, I know they're interested in guys, but how many of those guys actually sign or get traded for? And when you look at it and you look out there, okay, is there a scenario where Harrison Barnes bringing him back on a short deal is your best option? There's a world where that exists.
And you just run the whole thing back?
I mean, listen, you have to look at it from this perspective. It's what the market is, not whether or not you should bring Harrison back because of an emotional attachment or he's a locker room guy. Is there going to get to a point where he's the best available guy on the market for you? There are several scenarios where that may be a thing.
Who's better for the Kings, Harrison Barnes or Kyle Kuzma?
On the court, I say Kuzma. He's a little younger.
There's nobody off the court better than Harrison, but when I say it, I'm seeing it on the court.
Of course. I mean, there's several upgrades on the court.
That's why it's so tough for me to think they're going to say, you know what?
But again, are those upgrades going to sign somewhere else? That's the other side of it.
I have a look.
And by the way, in order to get said upgrade, you have to renounce Harrison.
Yes.
Unless you're trading. Even then, you might have to renounce Harrison.
It just seems like this summer, and we've already seen a flicker of it with Bradley Beal and what he said or reportedly said. It just seems like the Kings are, I again, could be wrong. It just seems that the Kings are going to be such a favored destination for a lot of guys that may have been out of our league before. I find it a little difficult to believe that they're not going to be able to find somebody out there at the 3 or at the 4 or at the 5. Remember, we can move these things around.
I mean, a guy like Porzingis. I know we haven't talked about that much, but when you talk about moving Domas to the 4, Porzingis at the 5 is kind of perfect.
Guys, you want to talk about a guy making a little bit of coin that seems to be injury prone.
He got to a whole 65 games last year, would have been eligible for postseason awards.
I believe that's is that a career high, I think?
Unless, he eclipsed that one of his first few years in New York.
I don't know, dude. We'll take a break.
I'm just saying on court as a fit, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Obviously, the biggest thing, and it's always been the biggest thing with Porzingis, is whether or not he is injury prone. Real quick, before we go to break, let's see. No, he played in 72 games his rookie year. He played in 66 games after that, and then starting in his 3rd season, it was all downhill with injury.
Bill Burr tickets coming up around 9:30. Coming up next, the Giants have won 8 straight. What the HE double hockey sticks is going on? We'll find out next.
Catch the Oakland A's every weekend on Sactown Sports. Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Thinking that's going to get down for a hit. Around third to score is Tony Kemp. And the A's have taken the lead. Edge of the track makes the catch. And the Athletics get a great win.
Sactown Sports, your weekend home for the Oakland A's.
Sactown Sports coverage of the Oakland A's is brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Byers Leaf Guard Gutter System and Roofing.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're off to a cool start as we kick off your Tuesday. You may want to layer for the next couple of hours, but into the afternoon, bright sunshine ahead, less wind and highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
To protect your home from the top down, start from the roof line up. Get clog-free Byers Leaf Guard gutters, fire-safe roofing from Byers Roofing, and power your home with Byers Solar. Act now for $500 off Byers Leaf Guard gutters at thatsbyers.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Summer's here and the deals are heating up at Fastener's Tool Outlet. You'll find scorching deals this Saturday on Makita Tools. Get 2 free batteries with the purchase of a circuit or saw kit and get $50 off any 40-volt tool kit. Fastener's Tool Outlet is turning up the heat on Makita summer savings this Saturday. Buy a 2-piece combo kit and get 2 extra free batteries. Come in to Fastener's Tool Outlet this week, 6701 Power Inn Road, or on the web at fastenersinc.net.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
Welcome back. Bill Burr tickets in about 15 minutes on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com. Nate, why don't you get our buddy Mitch on line one?
You want Mitch on line one?
Yeah, let's get to
All
Mitch.
right.
He's been patient all day with us.
Hey, Mitch.
Good morning, Mitch.
Hey, how's it going, Jason? Trying to get the old morning, sort of.
All good, buddy. What's on your mind?
I was the Beal. I think we could have offered better. That would be something, Beal and Fox. And I think CP3 won over the Clippers.
You think who's on the Clippers?
Yeah.
He said CP3.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think CP3 makes a lot of sense there, although between him, Paul George, and Kawhi Leonard, you're talking about a lot of injury risk.
And then maybe they can go after Kings or Clippers, Zion. I mean, I think they must probably be sick of him.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the vibe out there.
Yeah, that'd be something. Well, I think I he might get moved by Thursday night.
Yeah, that's what Bill Simmons was saying. He was hearing from a buddy that he trusts. So I think that will definitely be one of the big talking points with the draft on Thursday night.
Hey, it's a good draft, so I hope we can hold our guys.
Yeah, we'll see.
Should I hold on, or we run out of time?
No, we're running out of time.
We're out of time?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good, man. All right. Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
I'm going.
You too, buddy. Dave, your thoughts on
We appreciate Mitch calling in.
Mitch had to say?
I thought Mitch made up some really good points. I also got stopped in the halls. I won't say by who.
Nah, say it anyway.
Yes,
No, I won't. Because I love him. I do. He's a good guy.
Oh, I know you guys.
Okay.
I always say hi to him. We always talk, but he was asking me about the John Morant suspension.
Oh, and you told him that it happened?
Well, he thought we were having a discussion because he thought it was excessive.
25?
Excessive in the sense that, say, did he really break a law? That was his
No,
point.
we're there.
And I say, the problem is when we start applying real life rules that you and I deal with to Major League Sports, it really does become a problem, because playing in Major League Sports, it's almost like an at-will thing. Okay, but you need to follow our rules, and there's an extra set of guidelines here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It gets a little bit difficult, but it was a fun little pickup conversation. Good morning, Mitch.
How we doing, guys? Good afternoon. Thanks
Good.
for taking my call.
Thank you. Hello and hi.
That would have been some backcourt. It was Fox and Beal. And for what Washington gave in return, I think they must have been smacking their heads a few times. I think we could have without.
I don't Fox and Beal, but here's the problem now. You've just lost playing time tremendously for Monk and Herter, and you have to ask yourself, is the difference between Monk and Herter combined and Beal enough to justify what's arguably the worst contract in the NBA? Because the Kings wouldn't be able to do anything else after that.
Can you just trade one of those guys? I think maybe Monk.
Maybe.
They didn't ask for much, and then they released Chris Paul. And the Clippers or the Kings get him from them, and then I'm hoping for Zion it gets on the move too. They must stick him. I mean, the Kings can improve, and I hope we can keep 2 out of 3 draft choices. I hope you might have to move up to get Keegan's brother, Chris. I'm hearing. I've seen like a couple of mocks. I'm sure you've seen more. We might, wind up with Jaime Hagez from UCLA. Chris goes like in the top 20, around 20th.
Yeah.
So one had it in 23 just before us. So anyway, good show. Thanks for having me on.
What was your favorite part of the show so far?
Oh, with the Kings, the Beal, you kind of like mocking. What's Washington going to do? How much can you strip the team every 3 years? And it's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
That's a good point, Mitch. Thank you very much. See, he was listening. I appreciate that.
Do you know what?
What?
Do you know what's going on?
No.
We literally just talked to Mitch before you put your headphones on.
Yeah, he called back the second he hung up. I'm so confused.
But definitely called back like he didn't call the first time.
Wait.
Yeah, what is happening?
So I wasn't in the room for that.
You were being stopped downstairs and conversing with sales.
So why didn't anybody stop me when I answered his call?
I went to drop him, and then you went to talk to him, and I texted Jay.
Dude, I literally came back. What did you think of me? You heard me talking.
Yeah, he said that to you. You responded to
I
him.
thought you were talking
and
to him.
You responded to me when I said Mitch.
Oh, I thought you
your
were just
headphones
making it.
were on.
Well, I heard that, but then I looked at him being on line 1.
You weren't paying attention to me.
No, I was.
You
but I
don't
looked
pay
at line
attention
1
to
and
me.
thought, oh well, you were just being you.
No, what?
You.
No, not in that.
Being
sense.
you, at least he's on time.
So are you telling me that we just took 2 straight phone calls from Mitch?
Yes! Yeah, he pretended like nothing happened.
Isn't that kind of the most amazing thing?
Yeah, he just played it. Oh, someone else's call. I thought it was him again. I saw the lines.
That's kind of the most amazing thing that Mitch just without taking a breath went with 2. Like we need to spend a little bit
he
of time.
He said the exact same thing twice.
Literally.
It was the same call.
The same thing.
I'm pretty convinced Mitch has like a bunch of stations in his phone, and he just
did he even know that the first one or does he think he called 2 separate shows right
there?
Yeah,
I think
he called Jay Jason, so I don't know if he's listening at all.
Wow, that is crazy.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's real. I don't know where I am.
I can tell you there's an 8-game winning streak that's real from the San Francisco Giants.
You can try to get back on track, but this is going to be tough.
You want to absolutely. That is actually, now I want to know how that went through. I get where I did my thing. I get where you guys did your thing. I got to know, how did Mitch just go, okay, they hung up on me, I'm calling back.
It wasn't a hang up either. It was a very slow, awkward goodbye with Jay. Right? Would you say, Jay?
Yeah, no. It was,
at the end, it was like am I wasting your guys' time?
No,
I
he was
think
asking
said
if there was time left. I said, no, we're out of time.
And then I just started talking to him.
You picked up the call, and then
about 2 minutes later, you did.
And again, the call was not like.
But why was he still on the line? Is what I want to know.
He wasn't. He called back.
Yeah, he called back. Yeah, because I hit the button to drop him, and then as soon as I heard the line go over the air, I went to drop again, and then I was like, "How did he get back?" And then you start talking to him, and I'm like, "Okay."
And again, like he hadn't just called. It was the same recycled tape.
So isn't kind of the question
like
here,
almost word for word?
We're basically leaving with the following question: why would he call back immediately?
Yes, exactly.
And why did he just proceed to have the same phone call with a different host?
I don't know. I don't know if he
thought
knows.
He was calling 2 different shows.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows who he's talking to. Maybe.
How many other shows is he gonna be talking about Bradley Beal and the Sacramento Kings?
At least 10.
Wow. All right, well, this happened.
High drive, right field. It is out of here, and we are going home.
8-game winning streak for the Giants. Somebody break them up, including a sweep at Chavez Latrine. Wasn't there somebody, who was it? Wasn't there somebody on staff that was at one of those games? Was somebody at one of those games? I thought I heard. You weren't. Somebody from the afternoons? No,
maybe Rami. I think he's
Rami
vacationing in the area.
Ah, okay. Well, good for him. Coming up in the next segment, I don't know, but I do know one thing. We're gonna have Bilber tickets. Bilber. Thunder Valley. And while we're at it, why don't we figure out what to watch tonight in sports? We'll get all that right after this.
The Kings season might be over, but Sactown sports coverage never stops.
We, as a team, have a ways to go. This is something that you want to be able to build off of.
Stay tuned all off-season to Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com for the latest Kings news.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're off to a cool start as we kick off your Tuesday. You may want to layer for the next couple of hours, but into the afternoon, bright sunshine ahead, less wind and highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for all your favorite models at low prices and payments, plus low finance rates and zero down deals with approved credit. Go see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia right here in Sacramento for over 20 years.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Uma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Uma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Uma?
Yep. Switching to Uma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Uma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-330-2929. That's 800-330-2929. 800-330-2929.
Oh, God, he's back.
Who's back?
The clown.
The naked one?
Yes, Giggles. He just drove on the lot in a new Kia.
Does he want to trade it in?
No, he wants to show it off.
Isn't he showing off enough? Oh, here he comes.
See what Elk Grove Kia did for me? That's service. That's why they got my business, not you.
I think we've already seen too much of your business. Thank you.
Elk Grove Kia. Great service for everyone.
Elk Grove Kia has never made it easier for you to show it off. Like the hottest all-electric EV in the market, the luxurious EV6. Save big with lease specials of $10,000 below MSRP. Not just 1 or 2, but every EV6 in stock. Don't worry about credit. No credit, bad credit, charge-offs, repos. Don't worry. Our team has over 100 years of experience. Others say no. Elk Grove Kia says yes. Get your EV6 today at Elk Grove Kia in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or elkgrovekia.com and show it off today.
Elk Grove Kia.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
I'm Nate Littlefield, and these are your Sactown Sports headlines. We had a massive trade in the NBA this holiday weekend. Bradley Beal is headed to Phoenix to team up with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker. Along with Beal, the Suns get Jordan Goodwin and Isaiah Todd. In return, the Wizards receive Chris Paul, Landry Shamet, multiple second-round picks, and multiple pick swaps with the Suns. Famous podcaster and basketball player Draymond Green is officially an unrestricted free agent. He could return with the Warriors. We really don't know. Only time will tell. But in NFL news, future Hall of Famer J.J. Watt is considering taking a part-time TV gig with CBS. The assumption as of right now is that he would take on the color commentator role. Those are the headlines. Let's get back to the last half hour of the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. But today we have special guest host JayMarZZ.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
on Sactown Sports.
All right, welcome back. Final half hour of the program.
I got a story for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You always got one for me. I got one for you.
I appreciate it.
One that you'll actually appreciate. Charlie Culbertson.
Yes.
Got DFA'd by the Braves.
That's designated for assignment, everybody.
Right? Not a big story, except this part. He got DFA'd by the Braves 4 hours before he was supposed to catch the first pitch from his dad on Father's Day.
Wait, what was the kid's name?
Charlie Culberson.
Didn't his dad play for the Braves?
I believe there's
Astros?
I know his dad played, I believe,
Okay.
but I think he was most famous for
really?
hitting the walk-off in Vince Scully's final game that Vince Scully called for the Dodgers.
All right. Okay. That's sad.
Like, did anybody think this through?
Have you ever been DFA'd before throwing out the first pitch? 1-800-920-1140. Let's
Thank
go.
you.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Mitch.
Man, I gotta explain. Maybe it's part of my fault, but I wasn't trying to pull anybody. And it's amazing. I was actually saying the same thing pretty much. I was just trying to keep on topic. And you do have multiple topics during your show, and I still get in trouble.
No, you're not in trouble. We love you. I just walk me through this real quick, and then we'll be done with it. When you were done talking with Jay and Nate, and you probably didn't realize it was Jay and Nate. That's fine. Then you called back, though. Did you have another point to make, maybe?
I thought it was off there. I thought I've been trying to ring. I heard you say about that East Coast guy with the heavy Italian Staten Island New York accent all rolled into one.
Right.
And I'm half Carmen, half Jewish, part Kiev. But anyway, that's a story for another day. But and my grandparents they came from the Russian Revolution. Now it's trouble back then, Golden Circle like me. I thought they would just take me over the air, and I asked, "Am I run out of time?" Meaning, had I run out of time, to get on the air with you and Jay, and I appreciate that you let me explain what happened. So I fumble up in the meantime, so I didn't understand that. I thought, all right, it's almost 12:30, Eastern time. I figure I'll try tomorrow.
Well, I appreciate that, Mitch. Thank you for the call.
Thanks, Mitch.
All right, take care. Talk to you in a few.
What happened with the Russian Revolution?
I'm sorry. It's a Monday, but it's
I love
Tuesday.
Mitch.
I do too.
I really enjoyed
He
Mitch.
went for the triple Lindy today.
I really. He got on air 3 times in the span of 15 minutes.
Well, the third one was simply for you and
Still
Russell.
counts.
That was 100%.
He doesn't even live in this state either.
That's dedication.
Yeah.
Is Mitch sitting there with a speakerphone and like, oh, I want a 30 for 30?
Yeah.
Like, does he have a list of numbers to like WFAN, EEI in Boston here? And is he just on, does he have like 10 phone lines? And then he's got them all on hold, and then one person picks up and he grabs that, because that would actually be kind of fun to do. You're just doing speed collaring into radio stations.
Good workout.
A's and Guardians tonight, 4:10. Giants Padres. The Giants with the big walk-off.
They get number 9 against the lowly Padres.
No.
Really?
It ends tonight.
You're a jerk.
I'm just being
You're a
honest.
bad person. Why would you even put that out there?
You asked me. I'm giving you an honest answer. You want me to
What's
give you
honest
the whole
about
answer?
it?
When they lose, you'd be like, oh. So I don't even get credit for predicting it, because I'm sure if they lose, then it's my fault for jinxing them.
I really don't believe in the whole jinx thing, but in this case, yes.
And that's not a jinx, because the jinx.
By the way, the Giants are 5 games ahead of the Padres.
Yeah, isn't that weird? They're ahead
I don't
of
know
the
weird
Dodgers.
is the correct word. The Padres are 2 games under 500, expected to run away with the division this year. Like, it wasn't supposed to be particularly close. And here are the Giants, 8 games over 500, with the likes of Yastrzemski.
That walk-off was amazing.
No, I mean, dude, splash, walk-off, 10th inning, after he's the one who tied the game for them in the 9th. Have a day, kid. Or an evening.
It's almost like his grandpa was good.
He's all right.
Nothing really else tonight that you're going to care about to watch. Not going to lie. Not going to lie. This is the dead part of the season. Yeah, want to bring up some. I'll bring that up tomorrow, but I think I want to give you guys a little bit of a heads up since we're kind of all over the place today. Over the next few weeks, we are going to be all over the place. We're going into July. Just remember, there's going to be a lot of programming stuff on this show. I think you're gone next week.
I'm gone next week.
I'm gone next week. Breaking news.
I could be gone.
Sort of. Are you serious?
I just could. I don't know.
You mean just
you never
general?
know.
I think you're definitely going to be on the show next week. Jason's here, right?
Jason is here next week.
So just me and J-Ross?
I think it's going to be a lot of you. And I mean, of course, our big fearless leader, Brian's going to have to handle it. But I do believe that after he pulls all his hair out, it's going to be a lot of you and J-Ross. I will try to be on a couple of shows. I may be on for a little bit. I'm going out of the country.
Are you saying me and J-Ross isn't a good show?
That's what I heard.
That's not what I'm saying, brother. That's what the audience says.
Oh,
they wrote they wrote. Remember those letters? They were like, "How dare you do this to Nate, Jason Ross? Who even is that guy?"
We're really reaching here.
By the way, Jason, well, it's because you thought that I was going to be going after Nate, and I wanted to do this. Jason Ross, by the way, will be on later on this afternoon.
2 to 6.
Is it going to be Rami and Ross and Rami?
No, Jay Johnson and Jason, which I told you at the beginning.
Oh, you did? Well, I thought you mentioned Rami at some point.
Rami will be back tomorrow.
Okay, so everybody write all that stuff down that we clearly gave.
Put it in your book.
We're also going to give you
a
pair of tickets to go see Bill Burr.
2 pairs.
2 pairs right now?
2 pairs because we're making up for yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
No, we gave a pair away yesterday, Nate.
Oh, okay. The email said something else.
Oh, well, that's on Simone.
Okay, so
because me and Chris gave away a pair.
What I'd like to know is, are we giving away 1 or 2 pair?
1 pair.
Okay, 1 pair right now. 1-800-920-1140. Thunder Valley Casino next Thursday to go check out. Why does it say Boston's favorite angry comedian? Well, nobody here cares that he's from Boston, right? I just don't know. Is that?
His accent. I don't know.
No, but like
he's lived in LA.
Is that his but is that what he goes by? Is that like his?
I don't think so.
I don't think of him as Boston, and most people here think Boston stinks. I'm just going to say Bill Burr, who is one of the funniest comedians living. That is a 100% fact. Also, co-star of such things like The Mandalorian,
Breaking Bad.
You're exactly right. Hit the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now for your chance to win. We're looking for caller number 3.
Yeah.
And caller number
No.
3. You didn't let me finish because we're giving away 1 pair of tickets.
Yep. Where are you today?
Because you guys
Where are you?
That's not my fault. You went from 1 to 2 to 1.
Yes. So
yes.
1.
Well, that's what we landed on.
That is confusing.
Did we land on it?
Thank you. It was confusing. Thank you.
Very confusing.
As I said, A's, Guardian, Giants, Padres, and other stuff. We already mentioned how Chris Paul found out he was traded, or should I say he mentioned it. He was traded on a plane. That's how he found out. Do you feel bad for these guys when you find out that's how they got traded?
No.
Or do you go, you're rich, who cares?
Yeah, I'm more in that camp.
But what about the fact that they have like family and
it's funny when they seem to always figure it out.
It's like I start to feel bad for them.
And then you get to the whole space where I'm at that they're rich.
Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, what are they going to do? Are they going to be gone? Mike Dunleavy says no.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least. And then Jonathan's, you know what? He's shown really good progression and growth, I think, in this first couple of years. Unfortunately for him, I think the playing time hasn't been there. And so that's on all of our shoulders to figure out how do we get him in the game more.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Mike Dunleavy Jr., the new Bob Myers. I think it's better to say the new Bob Myers instead of the new GM, because nowadays you don't know, like, just because you're the general manager doesn't mean you're the guy. You're the Jeff Petrie.
I feel like Joe Lacob's the guy right now.
You know what? Which is why I was a little surprised that his son Kirk wasn't given the post, but maybe that's the misdirect.
Yeah, there's also, I get it, especially in today's day and age, nepotism is running wild, brother.
Yeah.
But I think Joe Lacob saw that, probably a better PR move.
Oh, it would have been a terrible PR.
That's
move.
what I mean.
And Kirk
And I
Latham's been around there since day one. But again, he's the owner's son.
Also, Mike Dunleavy Jr. does not age. He
At
looks like a rookie in the NBA still.
At all. No, he really, really does, which makes me wonder, what is his dad looking like these days? Because his dad was balding as a coach.
I think his dad was probably balding when he was a player.
No, his dad looked like, who was that character actor that was always in like all the sports movies? That's who his dad reminded me of. And I think he was the coach of the team in the movie Youngblood, with Rob Lowe, the hockey movie, which I'm sure you've never seen.
Sounds familiar.
Classic hockey movie. But that's who Mike Dunleavy Sr. reminded me of.
Mike Dunleavy Sr. will always be the guy that had to follow up Pat Riley with the Lakers. That's how I've always looked at him.
Which good luck with that. We'll take a break. When we come back, we wrap up Celebrity Birthdays brought to you by Crumble Cookies. What day of the week is it? And a little crosstalk with Whitey and Watkins. We'll do that next.
Check out the Golf to Go Hour with Frank LaRosa every week on Sactown Sports. Get the latest on equipment, area courses, people who play the great game, and plenty of good conversations about golf. It's the Golf to Go Hour every week with Frank LaRosa on Sactown Sports. Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, America's most awarded golf facility. Naturewood Home Furnishings, where it's all about choices and always about quality.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave, and I recognize, just like my friends at American Energy Heat and Air, that your time is important. And that's why shopping for a new air conditioner is now easier with American Energy Heat and Air's online quoting tool. All you have to do is go to AmericanEnergyAir.com and get an instant quote right now. It'll help you determine what system you're going to need to get. It'll provide the best pricing options, all from the comfort of your home without having to have somebody come to your home. You know how annoying that is? They come in and everybody there is so sweet and nice, but how much better is it to be able to get it on demand? Visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. Check out how easy it can be. Or if you want to give them a call and talk through what your needs are, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now. Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
It's Thunder Valley's $20,000 20th anniversary cash giveaway. 5 winners on Friday and Saturday nights in June. One very lucky guest wins $20,000 guaranteed. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
I'm Ken Korak with your Gwyn and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity 10G, the next generation network. One of the byproducts of the A's good play recently has been that 3 pitchers earned their first major league wins within a span of less than 2 weeks. Lucas Erceg against Atlanta, May 29th. Hogan Harris against the Pirates on June 7th. Luis Medina, June 9th against Milwaukee. And Ken Waldachuk earned his first save by blanking Tampa Bay for 3 innings, beginning the most recent homestand. Ken Korak here, introducing you to the Xfinity 10G network. Xfinity is undergoing a multi-year network evolution, giving you a powerful connection today while building toward a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The Xfinity 10G network gives you the fastest internet with even faster speeds rolling out all the time. You also get a consistent and reliable connection when everyone's online, even during peak hours. That's a home run. If you want to learn more, go online at xfinity.com/10G.
Greetings from M&S Auto on El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. And a big thanks to our repeat customers for letting us be your favorite car dealer. Repeat customers make us proud. M&S customers know that they're going to find the car, 4x4, or SUV they want. They'll get treated like family and save thousands. Whether you're a repeat customer or a first-time buyer, welcome. M&S Auto, the intelligent car buying experience. MSAutogroup.com.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Congratulations to our winner of the pair of tickets to go see Bill Burr at Thunder Valley. I'm sure that won't be the last of those. We welcome in Whitey Gleason, Chris Watkins, Whitey Gleason. Good morning.
Good morning.
A charismatic good morning from Chris Walker.
Great weekend.
Good morning.
Great weekend, I assume. Nice 3 days off.
Oh, it was all right. Yeah, I had to watch my sister's dog, so it was just a lot of in the home sitting, watching some Full Swing on Netflix. And
Kind of dog.
I don't know, big dog.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
big,
not sure.
big muttly dog type
Yeah.
of thing.
These guys didn't have 3 days off.
I know that's what I was doing.
Hard working.
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy Juneteenth.
Doing the whole thing. Do a show. Hey, great.
Oh, you're just being an ass face.
You know who needs
Yes.
Juneteenth off?
Yes.
Carmichael Dave.
I did. I absolutely did. And
I hope you celebrated.
I am just feeling all sorts of uncomfortable, and I put myself there. I noted, like, Whitey, how was your weekend?
Good.
Good.
Great. Terrific.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Little like Thor's half brother. Little low key. It was great.
Hey!
Gotcha.
The greatest there ever was.
never saw
Really
it
is.
coming.
The greatest there ever
And that's
was.
the best part is you never know.
No, you're
It's
like, what is he talking
It's
about?
like when the doctors fake out the little kid at the, when they give him the shot. And they're like,
The thing is, he doesn't even have to set you up with a couple body blows
Yeah,
to throw
no.
a haymaker. He just pierces right through the defense.
no. Created the greatest salad I've ever heard in my life.
Let's not do that again.
No, we don't need that.
No, we're fine.
Yeah.
National Vanilla Milkshake Day is today. Right, but like
Underrated choice, but also should never be a first
vanilla.
choice.
Always my first choice.
But isn't vanilla
Always.
that's the canvas of ice creams?
Sure.
It's what you add
Sure.
things.
You just
to.
say
It goes great with, say, tacos or something like that.
Yes, a taco vanilla milkshake.
You
Well,
ever
you
do
can't
the
call a canvas on its own art, right? Or I guess you could technically.
Sure.
Yeah,
Nate's been on fire
fries with
today,
milkshake?
guys.
Bomb.
been absolutely on fire.
He's been nails
He is-
today.
Nate and
Yeah, I
Mitch have
had
been
a,
the MVPs of the show.
Yeah. What I'm saying is if you have tacos or something pretty spicy, that vanilla milkshake, it's a nice compliment.
Afterwards,
yeah,
you
because
mean,
of
I
the
thought you were,
dairy.
I thought you were
mean you-
being funny. You meant it together. Okay. Yes, anything spicy, vanilla. What does that do? That greases the runway, if you will. That's let's be honest. That's what we're talking about.
Sure.
Yeah.
Not what I
Today is a National Ice Cream Soda Day. When was the last time anyone
Dude,
had an ice
what?
cream soda ever?
This is a root beer float.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that counts, right? You
I don't-
probably-
I don't
What
get
else
it.
is an ice
Yeah,
cream soda?
ice cream
No, you don't.
soda.
It's ice cream plus soda.
Is that where you take the sherbet and put it in like the thing of 7-Up?
I just asked you.
It's like a sherbet
man,
float.
I don't know. I guarantee
Let's ask
you what.
Mitch. Get Mitch on
No,
the
I
line.
promise you.
Like, the picture on the thingy thing looks like a
It looks
float.
like it does
Oh, maybe
kinda-
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
What's a different ice cream soda besides root beer? Float?
I've heard Coke floats
Coke float.
before.
Okay.
Coke float? Sure, I'm telling you, dude. Sherbet.
Orange soda float.
A scoop of sherbet into 7-Up was like a thing they always had at like school end of year parties.
Okay.
No. Okay.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Why do you ever have an ice cream soda?
Yeah.
Have you ever, honest to God, have you ever had what is it called? An egg cream soda? I know that's an
Yeah.
East Coast thing,
No,
but
haven't.
you know, you ever had an egg cream soda?
No.
Fooled me my whole life because I thought egg cream soda, it has egg. And what
Yeah,
else,
right.
right? Yeah, no. It's milk. It's chocolate milk, like heavy chocolate milk with seltzer in it. It's a chocolate milk.
Ew.
It's amazing. Try it. You can make it at home. Make heavy chocolate milk, fill the thing about 3/4 up, top it with seltzer, mix it all together. I'm telling you, there's no egg anywhere near it.
And you've been here for 4 hours of this?
Yeah, 3 hours and 46 minutes.
We had a whole fiasco.
I have suffered for 4 hours of this.
Today is National American Eagle Day. Also,
Is there like a non-American eagle?
The Canadian Eagle, something.
It's a regular old eagle.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they're all.
I clearly don't either.
And then finally, yep. And also shout out to Ed Lauder, the character actor, who that's why I was bringing up.
Oh, I've seen him before.
I thought he looked like Mike Dunleavy Sr., and then Whitey backed that up. So did you. I did not know this. Ed Lauder passed away. He was many things, including the hockey coach. And, yeah, he's been dead 10 years.
Has he really?
Poor guy.
Yeah, I did not realize that. So,
Wow.
shouts to Ed Lauder, one of the great character actors of our generation.
Oh, it was in Cujo.
Yeah. Yeah, he was in many, many good sports movies, too.
Ah, The Rocketeer.
Yeah.
What's your go-to Eagles song on American Eagle Day?
I like I like Dirty Laundry, even though that's a Don Henley song.
Not technically an Eagles song.
That's a great song,
I
though.
would say Seven Bridges Road.
Yeah.
That's mine.
Yeah,
Seven
okay.
Bridges Road. Love that song. Yours?
peacefully feeling.
Hey, when the Eagles came out, is it true they were, honest to God, weren't they considered country?
No, I think they would be today if they came out.
They're the first boy band ever, too, because they were put together by like music producers.
That's 100%.
That's
Yes,
really
it is. Look it up.
false.
Look it up.
Hold on, wait.
Look it up.
It's on the
where,
internet.
Nate?
It's true.
Hold on, hello?
I know where he's going with this too.
Oh, hey, the Beatles
Yeah.
were on the phone. And, yeah, oh, yeah, you did. Yeah, that's right. You guys were all boys in a band, and you started out kind of bubblegummy.
Okay.
And did drums.
All right.
Oh, okay. Hey.
So you don't say it
One
to the Beatles
Direction
until you're
online,
done.
too.
And you hang up and you go,
That's
yeah,
what
the
makes you beautiful.
Beatles.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
identify him right away.
No. And then you
Yeah.
go, hey, the Beatles just called.
Who looks stupid now?
I think we all do.
Celebrity
much.
birthdays, the original segment
Yeah.
we've done on this show that we made up.
We have a little bit extra time. I have
Yeah.
one question for you guys.
Yes.
Is there any Weird Al song that you guys associate more with the Weird Al song than the regular song?
Honest
For
to
me, it's
God.
White and Nerdy. And that's a fact. I was thinking about this last night. I'm like, how can I bring this up tomorrow?
Oh, and you were wondering what he was doing late into the
I was
evening when
thinking
his
how
mind
Bradley
was
Beal is
racing.
going to affect the Western
Right, no.
Conference, and Nate's over here thinking,
It's
what
summer.
Weird Al song do
Yeah.
I think of more than the
Honest to
original?
Maybe
God,
fat
that should be a segment we do
or I'm fat.
where we just have him record before the show and be like weird thoughts with Jack Handy, just like weird thoughts with
Yeah.
Nate. Just you guys ever? Is there a Weird Al song that you associate that with the song more than the original? Mine's White and Dirty, which, by the way, you ask and get our answers and then offer
Well,
yours.
I answered
You
first
just
to
set
give you guys
yourself
more
up.
time to think.
I don't need more
He's
time
been
to
all
think.
over.
Okay, then
jumping
what's your
in on
answer?
Like
this.
a surgeon.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Okay.
Mine is living with a hernia.
Jay?
Amish Paradise?
Oh, that's a
Nice, yeah.
great one.
Trapped in the drive-thru.
Trapped
Wow.
in the drive.
We all have great answers. Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Shouts to Chameleonaire, by the way, for you taking his original work and
Friend of the
Weird
show,
Al.
Chameleonaire.
Yeah, friend of the show, Chameleonaire.
I took
because wasn't Right and Dirty. That was Chameleonaire, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
How did I take it?
Because
though?
you're saying you associate it more with Weird Al, which is an insult to Chameleonaire. Who
His
wrote the
only
art.
song.
Thank you.
What
His
about
own,
all the
literally.
guys you just insulted?
Madonna's gonna get over it, bro. Chameleonaire had one hit.
Yeah.
Back to you, celebrity birthday.
Okay, celebrity birthday.
Let's stay professional.
You're right.
Happy
My
birthday,
bad.
Chameleonaire.
Nicole Kidman, underrated, in my opinion.
Ow.
This is going really
Yeah,
poor.
okay,
This
you're
is-
right. Nicole Kidman is 61.
60.
I was
62.
going to say 62. I'll go high. 63.
Wow, you guys think she looks old, huh? She's 56.
Oh,
Ugh.
wow.
Wow.
Point.
Not cool.
Yeah,
Why did he get the
technically,
point?
wait,
Why did he get the
Hold
point?
on. She's what, 56?
56.
When did Days of Thunder come out?
91?
Was it that early?
I think so.
Wow, so she was like 25?
Was she the OG Tom Cruise?
Let me out of the Conco.
She the OG Tom
The OG
Cruise.
Tom Cruise, like love.
1990
No.
Days of Thunder came
That's
out.
what I'm saying. All right, who's next?
Lionel Richie.
Ooh.
Oh, Lionel Richie.
Yeah, there we go.
I heard that Lionel Richie had a house on the 4th tee of
Yes.
LA
Yes,
Country Club.
Yes, he did. And the Playboy Mansion was there too.
Yeah, that was
70.
on 14.
70.
That was incredible.
Lionel Richie. Let's see. Don't know much, but I know I love you. Remember that? That was great, Lionel Richie.
Did you guys know the LA Country Club is the second most valuable piece of land
I
in
said
the
that
world?
earlier. It's worth $8 billion. Don't steal my stuff. Lionel Richie is. What'd you say?
Who said 70?
70.
Yeah.
Oh, he's 74.
He's
I think he's up
76.
there. Yeah.
Leona
75. We'll say
Richie.
75.
Dave, right on the number.
I mean, come on, dance
Cheater.
on the ceiling, baby.
Okay.
Say you, say me.
Say you, say me.
Oh,
huh?
what a feeling dancing on the
The
ceiling.
ceiling, yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay, I'm
we
gonna-
could do that all night long.
Right now.
I'm going
All
to give you
night
this guy's
long.
name and give me your favorite movie of his too. John Goodman.
I love John Goodman.
See, if I answered right now, you guys
Does
would have
TV
time
show
to think.
does TV show
does
count?
Monsters,
TV show
Inc.
count? TV show count?
Sure.
West Wing.
Okay.
He was on for 3 episodes. He was the president.
President.
He was. Whitey.
Also, his
he's
age.
66 and he the babe.
Ooh,
You
good
didn't give me
choice.
an age, Dave.
Arachnophobia. I would say he
Me
is
too.
65.
I'm gonna go 68. And I'm gonna go recent bias with the Righteous Gemstones.
That's what that
Oh,
was my
nice
answer
one.
as well. Took my answer completely. I'll say 69 and Righteous Gemstones.
And what was your movie, Nate?
Monsters Inc.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
He's 71.
Oh,
Wow,
geez.
wow,
older
good
than
for
everyone
him.
was thinking, yeah.
Also, thank
Great
you,
voice.
nobody, for saying Big Lebowski, the most overrated
Yeah.
movie of all time. I
Okay,
appreciate
we got two more here, real quick.
Yeah, okay.
We got Christopher, I believe it's Place, Mintz Place.
Oh,
Vince
McLovin.
Claus.
Yeah, McLovin.
McLovin.
Just say McLovin.
Yeah.
He is 30.
33.
I'm going to say 36.
35.
It's a tie. Whitey and Jay, it's 34.
All right.
Wow. Good job.
Right in
You
the
can
middle.
have that
Wow.
one. John.
Thanks.
McLovin.
Appreciate
Yeah.
that. Good luck.
Good fist bump.
You
Last
suffered enough
one.
today.
Thank you.
Speaking of boy bands,
Yeah.
Brian Wilson of Beach Boys.
Oh,
Oh, not
Brian
the closer?
Wilson.
I was definitely thinking the closer. I
We
saw
got 1
Brian
minute
Wilson, the
here.
closer, at Disneyland once.
How'd
I
that
only
work?
recognized him because his forearms are massive. Just looks like a normal
Did you say
guy.
hi?
But
Bigger
just
than
like,
Harrison Barnes Traps?
You guys missed
Sure.
that.
I don't think you can
top
compare that.
5 musical genius of the last 100 years. 2 higher, 2 lower, just right. Top 5.
I don't know.
You say 100 years?
No, he's 7. Come on. He's 7,
Is,
clearly.
yeah. Brian Wilson is, I'm going to say 75.
78.
76.
80.
Chris Watkins, 81.
Knowledge. Look at that. Yeah.
Brian
I'm a big
guys.
Brian Wilson fan, guys.
81?
Yeah, very
More
nice.
like a beach.
Old beached whale, right?
Wow.
Whoa.
His 81st birthday. All right, what's coming up on the mid show?
Coming up today, we are
Well done, Whitey.
A lot of
Let's
stuff.
see if we can play a little more Beal or no Beal.
Yeah. Ooh. Were you guys at all disappointed with him not coming to Sacramento?
No.
No.
Thrilled.
No.
Yeah.
Terrible idea.
Yeah,
We were going through the numbers earlier. There's an argument he has the worst contract now in the NBA.
I think so.
Now that
No trade
now
clause?
that Westbrook and Wall are gone.
Yeah.
All right, 4 Whitey, 4 Watkins, 4 JayMarZZ, 4 Nate, 4 Mitch. We'll see you tomorrow. Whitey and Watkins are next. Bye-bye now.
Sactown Sports is your source for the 49ers.
That was all.